Hello, hello, everybody. Hey guys, welcome to Thursday's live stream. How's everybody doing? So happy to see you all. I love setting up early. When I have a full morning and I'm just chilling, I have my coffee and everything, I have enough time to chat with you all before the live stream starts, and I love it. I love that I was able to just kinda sit here for a little bit and everything was already set up, and I'm like, "Okay, this is amazing, I love it." Sometimes, though, I'm kind of most of the time, I'm gonna say not sometimes, most of the time, I'm just running, right? I wake up, I'm drinking my coffee, I'm looking out the window way longer than I should be. I'm just staring out for 20 minutes straight, and then I realize, "Oh, that's right, I'm getting older." I mean, who did that? I didn't do that in my 20s, right? Like, in my 20s, I'm waking up, I'm like, "All right, what's on the schedule?" Right? I'm up till 2, 3 in the morning. Not anymore, right? It's 8 PM and I'm like, "Ugh, tired." And then I wake up the next morning, I need at least 3,000 espresso shots. I have to look out the window for, the minimum of 30 minutes, and then I end up running out of time. So then I realize, "Holy shit, it's almost 12," and then I'm just scrambling, right? I'm getting everything ready, I'm stuffing my face, I'm trying to eat my chimichanga in the morning while just chugging coffee. I'm like, "Holy shit, I'm running late." So, today was nice. Mr. B woke me up, and I spent only 10 minutes looking out the window, maybe a little bit more. So it was nice. I had enough time to talk to some of you all, in the chat if you're here early. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'm like, thank you guys so much for joining today. We have a different video. I do want to thank everybody who is recommending videos, sending them over to the community board. I'm just kind of looking through, and I decided why not watch one of the videos of Jeremy Lindstrom, one of the very last people to see Bella and Cece alive. So I think it's very important to hear what they have to say, and yeah, just kind of hear from the very last people that spent time with Christopher right before he annihilated his entire family, just to see, right, if there is anything that was suspicious. Maybe they thought something was weird with him, or, what the vibes were leading up to the murders, right? So thank you. Thank you so much for sending this over. This one was sent over by, I do want to just make sure I got it right. So let me just go ahead and make sure. This one was sent over by Lisa. So, Lisa, thank you so much, Lisa Long, for suggesting this video. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and watch it. Um, so, I will say, guys, when you send me videos, I always just make sure that it's not AI. And so, it does take me a while. When I see that it comes from AI, I then have to go back and find the original creator, because I always want to give the original creator their credit, right? Because I mean, it's their video. It's and then, but the thing is that we end up seeing people just steal these videos. What is that? Is that a face? That's a face, right? Do you guys see that, or is that just me? This What the hell? Is that just me? Do you guys see a face here? Or is that how it's supposed to be? Oh, okay. Oh, shit. I'm like looking behind me. Is there a ghost behind me, right? I'm like, "Holy shit." But it wasn't. I thought it was a reflection of some creep behind me, but no, it's it's just the fade looked a little weird. Okay. Holy shit. I was panicked. I'm like, "Oh my god. What's happening?" All right. So, yeah, guys, this is the original creator. So make sure that you go ahead and check out their page. The channel page is called Truth Talks Media, and go ahead and give them a like too. This video was published 5 years ago, and it has now been stolen by a bunch of AI channels. So it did take me, like I said, it took me a little while to go back in time and find the original creator, because I mean, 300,000 views this video has, and he only has 5,000 subscribers. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. Yet these AI channels just stole his content, and those channels have like 20,000 subscribers. I don't understand it. It's so crazy. But anyway, I'm not here to, I mean, I could just talk shit about AI the entire live stream, but I'm not gonna do that. So, yeah, rocks is tripping. Thanks, V-Bug. Hey, and I had my coffee this morning, so I know I know I'm okay. I didn't lose any sleep last night. I'm not sleep deprived, so I'm like, what the hell is that? Okay, it's just the guy. It's just his face. All right, let's go ahead and yeah, Tommy's girl, the Lindstroms. Yeah, very interesting video. I think I was invisible yesterday. Love Buzz. No, I don't think you were. Wait, yesterday we didn't have a live stream yesterday. We had a video yesterday. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video. What did you guys think? Lots of crazy shit that Chris Watts says, right? Especially during that interview. The interview was so long, it's like 6 hours or something like that. And all he says is a bunch of bullshit, right? He just lies the entire time. Emily, I hate slop channels. I prefer narrated by real humans, even if we never see their face. Yeah, same. Same. I'd rather hear a real person than the generic AI voice. And then Chris Watts took his family. It always sounds so, ugh, right? And then the voices change. There's like a really, deep voice of a man. And then the next 2 seconds you hear like I don't know, like a woman or something. It's like, what the hell? How many narrators are in this thing? But anyway, all right. Enough about the AI. Let's go ahead and dive into this video. It's a pretty long one. It's an hour, so we're gonna try and get through it in the 2 hours that we have our live stream. So yeah, let's go ahead and get it. Exactly, Julie. Julie's got the right idea. I love this video. Mrs. Lindstrom with her glass of wine. Exactly. And hey, if you need it, go ahead and bring your glass of wine as well. All right, let's go ahead and dive into this video.
I have Jennifer and Jeremy Lindstrom here with us tonight, and we're going to be talking about the Chris Watts story. You guys have intimate details. Potentially the last person to actually see Chris and the girls alive. Is that correct?
Yes.
We want to kind of go into your aspect of the story, and as it's told in a first person, there's a whole lot of information and detail that you guys have, some of which I don't think has actually been shared before. And so we want to kind of dive into this story. Obviously, the anniversary is coming up. It's been a big story around the country, and a lot of people are really interested in it. So we are very appreciative that you guys are here to actually hear this story firsthand from the people that actually probably saw them last.
Oh, she does have a glass of wine. I didn't even notice that. And look at Jeremy too. He's got his favorite beverage. What is that? A Bloody Mary? Is that what it looks like? I kind of want one now. I'm like, yum. The best Bloody Mary I've ever had, if you guys are wondering, it was at the Pensacola airport. Isn't that crazy? Right? Just random, just some random airport in the South. Best, absolute best Bloody Mary I've ever had. It was, oh my gosh, it's just scrumptious. It was so flavorful. I love spicy, and they just spiced it up for me. I was waiting for a flight there one time, and it got delayed, and I'm like, holy shit, what am I gonna do for 3.5 hours? I drank all of the Bloody Marys, all of them. They ran out of the the hot sauce, probably all the tahine. Well, that flight was fun though. I enjoyed it. I don't remember it. That's how great it was. And I also had my spicy beverage right before that, so it was amazing. It was such a great experience. Yeah, the Pensacola, Pensacola, Florida airport. It was the best experience I've ever had. So crazy, right? All right, let's continue.
So introduce yourself,
I'm Jeremy Lindstrom.
and how do you know the what?
I know them because I worked with both of them.
Okay, go into a little bit of that for me. Worked with them as in how? What was your relationship with them?
Chris was a very good mechanic, master technician. Shanann was a salesperson at the dealership I was at. Met them there. They don't have family that live in Colorado, neither do we. So we kind of struck off a little bit of a family friendship. They would come over to our house for birthday parties, our kids' birthday parties, Father's Day, Super Bowls, sporadic football games because they were big Pittsburgh Steeler fans. So, and we're from San Diego, so Chargers fans. If
Right.
they ever played, we were together for that game. They would have parties at their house for Steelers parties.
Nice,
And
yeah.
we'd go over and watch the game with them, and just random barbecues throughout the summer.
So your initial contact was through work, though.
Absolutely.
And what about you, Jennifer? How did you know them?
Through Jeremy. He met them both at work, and he said, hey, there's this nice couple, and they just moved out here, and they don't have any family, and we should, go out to dinner with them and hang out. And then after that, we just started hanging out with them regularly. And
So I kind of want to go back and forth between the two of you because I really want to set the stage. There's a whole lot of documentation on the story. And in the documentation of the story, there is kind of a common theme, really, that most people didn't think this guy was capable of this.
No, absolutely not.
So I kind of want to get your perspective.
How?
When you first met him, kind of when you first got to know the guy and so on and so forth, and know Shanann, because part of this story is, and you'd said it before, a little bit, most people think that you knew him first, but you actually knew Shanann better.
Yes.
So I kind of want to get that perspective.
Oh, interesting. So he knew Shanann better than he knew Chris. And I do like that he brings up, right? The interviewer brings up how most people are shocked by what happened because most people don't think that Chris was capable of it. Again, I don't know. Am I jaded? I wonder if I'm just jaded. Is it my experiences in life and everything that I've been through and everything I've seen that just makes me not trust someone who's quiet and shy? Like, am I the only one who sees this and thinks, oh no, the guy is definitely capable of it? Am I the only one? I don't think so, right? I think many of us knew, especially after seeing that front porch interview, we knew the guy is crazy. He's definitely lying. Not just his face and the way that he was pouting, and his eyes. That did not convince me at all. I was not convinced. I immediately knew the guy was evil, right? He did something to his family. I'm shocked that people didn't know that he was capable of it. How is he not capable? Oh, the male friend keeps calling Chris a kid. Really? A kid? He's a grown man. He was 33 years old when he annihilated his family. He's not a kid. What? Really? Really, Boops? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's continue. Because, oh my God. So you guys have all watched this already. Am I the only one that has not ever seen this before? I've never even seen clips. Let's go ahead and keep watching then. Oh my God.
Perspective on this. So I want you both, we'll start with you, kind of how you knew him first, and then I want to get your perspective on what you thought of both Chris and Shanann.
Shanann was very detail-oriented, very OCD in a way, right? Chris was mow the lawn, clean out the garage. It was a very old school traditional family value in their house. Chris
Huh, okay. So I'm already liking Jeremy. He's smart. He's definitely smarter compared to the other friends, right? A lot of other of Chris Watts' friends that just say stupid shit like, "Oh, what he said was not guyish," or the other guy, what's his face, Mark, telling Chris, "Oh, the best way to know if you're not in love with your wife anymore is, do you get jealous when other men talk to her?" As if jealousy is a way to know if you're in love. If you're jealous, that means you're insecure, right? Jealousy is not a good thing to have. It's not something that I'd be showing off as, oh, I love my spouse because I'm jealous. Huh? No, if you're jealous, you might want to check your insecurities. You should not be jealous. Um, and again, right? Love has nothing to do with jealousy. But Jeremy already sounds a lot smarter to me. He is bringing up the traditional gender roles, which I've brought up so many times on this channel, especially when we're talking about Chris Watts, right? Because it's so true. He was following the traditional gender roles. Oh, he mows the lawn. He is the mechanic. Oh, he's the man that does the work. And then she is the one that stays home. She cooks, she bakes, she cleans, right? Very, very traditional. So we're already hearing from an intelligent man, right? In my opinion. I mean, you guys let me know, but right off the bat, I'm like, okay, like this guy, he knows what he's talking about, at least, so far, right? I don't know. We haven't heard too much, but hey, I already like what he's saying. He's a grown ass man. Yeah, exactly. Chris Watts, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Nancy, jealousy is not good. If you're jealous, get it checked. Let's continue.
Chris was a mechanic. Shanann was a mother, right? Like very traditional along a lot of those. I told her one day at work, hey, I want to meet with you every Monday at 1 o'clock. Let's go through your customers. Let's see what I can help you with. Let's see what I can do. She would show up in my office, whether I was ready or not, with her phone. My alarm went off. She
Yeah.
would hold me accountable for our meetings.
Yeah,
And
I
Chris
bet.
was meticulous with everything. That kid was one of the best mechanics I've ever seen fixing cars. He had a passion for what he did.
That kid. What? That kid? Wait, how old is Jeremy? Is Jeremy like 15 years older than Chris? Is that why he's calling him a kid? Or was he, I mean, he sounds like he was in a position of I don't know, authority, right? So maybe he's the boss. Is he a supervisor? Right? He's talking about how he would ask Shanann to, meet up during the week or something to look at customers and sales and whatnot. So it sounds like he's a boss. So maybe that's why he's calling Chris a kid, right? Oh, the kid was great. Yeah, because he's new, right? Maybe, especially at the time. So he was 33 when he murdered his family. But how old was he when he showed up at the dealership? Well, in his 20s, maybe. So maybe that's why he's calling him a kid, but it's still kind of weird. Why are you calling him a kid? He's not a kid. That kid. What? He's a grown ass man.
Fixing cars at the store as a service guy. One day for his birthday, she bought him a supercharger for his Mustang. Like, would you think anything different? No. She knew what he loved. He knew what she loved.
A
It worked.
supercharger? What? A supercharger for his Mustang? What the hell is that? See, I'm not a car person, so I have no clue what they're talking about. Let me just look it up real quick. I just want to see. Holy shit. That shit is thousands of dollars. Oh my goodness. Now I wonder, did Chris complain? Did he complain? Oh no, Shanann, don't get me that. It's $5,000. I know it's my birthday, but please don't spend that much money on me. We're having financial troubles. I wonder, did Chris say that? No, of course he didn't. Why? Because it was for him. It was a gift for him. A supercharger for a Mustang? That kit? Here, let's just go ahead and show you all. It's so crazy. Holy shit. Yeah, right? We're like, what the hell is a supercharger? What the hell? Oh my God. This, whatever this is. I don't know. Do we have any car people in the chat right now? Can somebody please explain to us what the hell this is? No clue what this is. I mean, even here, maybe I can just ask Google, what the hell is a supercharger? I asked it, what the hell is a supercharger for a Mustang? It is an air compressor bolted directly to a Mustang's engine. What? I still don't know what it is. Still have no clue what it is. It is driven by a belt connected to the crankshaft. Again, this is a different language to me. I have no clue what is being said here. I have no idea. By forcing massive amounts of extra air into the cylinders, it allows the engine to burn more fuel and make jumps in horsepower and torque. Oh, I guess. Okay, so it makes it go vroom louder. It makes it go a little bit faster while he's driving down the traffic, right? The I-70 with a fuck ton of traffic, especially during the winter time or the fall, right? When they're getting ready to fix everything. Okay. I mean, okay, I guess. Whatever. Still though, right? Holy shit. Some of these are $10,000. Again, right? Yeah, is it irresponsible to spend this much money on a supercharger? Yeah, I would never spend this much money on anything like this. But did Chris complain? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I don't think Chris was complaining about the cost of his birthday gift. But anyway, what do you guys think? You get to the next red light faster. Oh, Dave, see that makes sense now. I get it. See, I would totally spend the 10K just to get to the red light faster. I'm on the way to the lazy dog. Oh, there's a red light. Let me get there faster. I want to beat this guy to the server, right? I want the seat on D16, please. So I got to make sure to drive faster to the stoplight. Ugh, that makes so much sense. Again, right? Oh man. Yeah, the Watts only cared if he spent on Shanann, I believe. Yeah, exactly. I agree. The Watts only cared if he spent money on, if they all spent money on Shanann and the girls. But if the money was spent on Chris, everything was fine and dandy. Oh, financial what? Problems? Oh, I've never heard of that. Please get me the supercharger. I want the one that is $15,000. God, crazy. Sports cars and macros. Has there ever been a more boring man? Oh man, boobs. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Oh, all right, let's continue.
right?
Yeah.
Everything worked. He is a hardworking kid. Anything she said to do, he would do it 100% of the time. Hey, my parents are going to move out here. You're going to fly out to the East Coast and you're driving the moving truck back and they're going to fly home. He's like, I'm good with that. I'll drive the truck so they can fly home. They don't have to ride in the truck, right? This is the kid that did this. So there's no
The kid, please, Jeremy. I like Jeremy so far. I just don't like that he's calling him a kid because he's not a kid. He's a grown man. Okay, and calling him a kid kind of just minimizes the shit that he did, right? Again, he's not a kid. But I get the point that he's trying to make, right? He's very passive. That's really all he's saying is that Chris is very passive. He never challenged anybody. If somebody told him, hey, you're going to drive the truck, he's like, okay. Where is the gas pedal? Right? He would ask very basic questions. Okay, where are the keys? But he would never actually challenge it. He wouldn't say, like, no, my back is hurting. I don't feel like driving. No, he would just say, yeah, okay, I'll do it. And of course, over time, I mean, come on, anyone is going to be resentful if over time you're just being told what to do and you don't stand up for yourself. But again, that is all his fault, right? That is definitely a Chris problem. Oh man, I'm lucky if my husband puts gas in my car. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no, Nini. Oh no. He's got to at least put gas in the car. How are you going to get around? Oh, all right. All right, guys, let's continue.
way, shape, or form would I ever believe this could happen.
Well, there's certainly a consensus with a lot of the stuff that's out there that is a very accurate description from a lot of
100%.
people. How did you feel about the two?
Pretty much the same. Like Shanann was always, like from the moment I met her, she was always super outgoing and super friendly. She wanted to, when we first met her, she didn't have any kids yet, and but you could tell that they really wanted to have kids, and she was really interested in, our girls and what they liked, and wanted to spend time with them. And then she got pregnant with her oldest, Bella, and you could tell that was, always her dream is to have kids. And
Exciting moment.
yes,
Nothing seemed odd.
Well, she wasn't even sure she could have kids, right?
yeah, they did have, I know, some fertility problems with the first two, and
That she discussed with you?
yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, she just always really wanted to be a mom, and she loved, like, when she was pregnant, she would always be excited about, oh, I'm, decorating the baby's nursery, and this is the theme I chose, and I got all the clothes ready, and they're all washed and hung up, but I'm only 4 months pregnant, and
So very type A, like Jeremy
Oh,
just
absolutely.
described.
yeah, very
Absolutely.
organized
Very
and just
type A.
always like ready to go. Like, what's the next thing? And she just always had something going on that she could really dive into and be involved in, and
Yeah, but opposites attract, right? I think that's what really attracted Shanann to Chris and then Chris to Shanann is that they were opposites. Chris needed that push from someone with a type A personality, just like Shanann and Nikki, right? Nicole Kessinger and his mom. He has always been surrounded by women that are very type A. And so, because of that, I think that Chris was just automatically drawn to this type of personality in women. And so, yeah, I mean, they definitely attracted each other because of that. And for Shanann too, like I've said before, being a type A OCD type of personality, you definitely want a partner that is not going to fight you, that is not going to challenge you and challenge the decisions that you're making for the household. And so I think, yeah, this is because for her, it was just so much easier to have a husband like Chris. She can just tell him what to do and he would just do it. He would not argue with her. It was very easy. It was for her, very easy to manage the household this way. And so, because of that, she thought that she had a supportive husband. Little did she know that this piece of shit, the entire time, he was actually just building resentment and he was becoming bored of the family life and he wanted something new. Oh my God, right? This is the thing. Just because someone is quiet and shy and passive and they're doing everything that you're asking them to do doesn't mean that they're not going to build resentment over time, and then doesn't mean that they're gonna, that they're not capable of annihilating an entire family to get what they want. I mean, a lot of people still think it's weird, and I don't. I really don't. That's why I ask, am I jaded? Am I the only person that saw the guy and was like, "Oh no, he did it." I didn't even question it. I wasn't thinking, "Oh, but he's so quiet. Oh, but he's so sweet." No. I saw his eyeballs. I saw how he was laughing. I saw his big potato head, and I immediately thought, "Oh no. This guy is pretending to be sweet and nice. He's pretending to care for his family, but he's wearing a mask. He's evil." Immediately, right off the bat, I knew he had done something. But what do you guys think? Yeah, what do you guys think? Is NK with us? Oh, you know it, Gary. She's probably in every single one of these live streams, and she doesn't even like, right? She doesn't even give me a like. It's like, girl, sis, if you're gonna be in my live streams, at least give me a like, just one. It doesn't hurt. Yeah. If I make you laugh, will you give me a like? Right? I sometimes wonder, I'm like, if I make these people laugh, will they give me a like at the very least? Or are they still going to be like, no, I dislike this and then report my videos? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Nope, my dad saw that too, just from the porch sermon. Really? Yes, nice, V-Buck. Yeah. My husband is very quiet and passive, but I'm not type A, so I'm safe. Oh, boops. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh man. What a statement to make, right? At least I'm not type A, so I'm safe. Oh my goodness. See, we shouldn't have to say those things though, right? We shouldn't have to say, "Oh, my husband is passive, but I'm not OCD, so hopefully he won't do anything to me." Oh my God, isn't that scary? Oh, man. He'd rather snowboard down a sand dune at 1 mile an hour than be with his wife and raise his children. Yeah, yeah, because oh my God, he acts like a 10-year-old. He just missed out on so many things as a teen and as a child. And then he realized that he's stuck in this family life. And then he just wanted to relive everything that he couldn't live when he was younger. It's so crazy. Roxy, man, you make NK cry, no laughs. I'm sure I've made her giggle at least once, right? At least once. I would hope. Oh man. I would hope at least one time I made her giggle. It's just a little chuckle, right? She's like, "Meh." She's watching me. She's like, "I fucking hate her." And then, there's a video of her, just like farting on Chris. And then she's like, "Okay, that was funny. Give me a like, Nicole." Anyway, let's continue.
And consistently that way every time you met him.
Oh yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
So tell me how often that you guys did get together. I know we talked about some football games and some parties, which we're going to get to the one party, which was the night before. But prior to that, did you hang out on a pretty regular basis?
Regular as in maybe 6-8 times a year.
Okay.
depending on stuff. If I ever invited them to something, they showed up.
Yeah.
It's just, if they invited us to something, we showed up. It was just how we lived, what, 2 miles from each other?
So she worked with you. Did you develop a relationship with him?
Yes and no.
Well, you know,
right?
when you go to parties a lot of times and you're hanging out, the men will kind of go over to one side, women will kind of do their thing.
Yeah.
Were you with him one-on-one a lot?
No,
Not so much.
no. He would come over, and his main goal was my food. Whatever I barbecued, whatever I smoked up, whatever I cooked, whatever we put out, he was like, I'm coming over because I know there's food,
Right.
right? But he spent a lot of time with the kids.
Yes.
Shanann was more, hey, how can I help clean? What can I cook? What can I do? She needed to be involved in the party, right? Chris was involved in the kids and making sure they were taken care of, they were okay, right? Like, that's just how it always happened. Hey, they wouldn't leave. Shanann's like, I want to help clean the kitchen. I want to help put the dishes away. I want to do this. Like, that was normal. As normal as could be with really good friends.
Consistently every time, too.
100%.
100%.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds like Shanann. That sounds like something she would do. She's not just going to leave the mess. She comes over someone's house and they're barbecuing, they're, making all these dishes and then they just leave and she's just like, okay, bye. No. Shanann was definitely the kind of person that she's going to help, right? She's not just going to leave the dishes there and just, peace out. But the interesting thing is that he talks about Chris as if Chris was just there, just like a bot almost. He would show up just because of the food, but the whole time he was just watching the girls, right? And again, it sounds like someone who's very passive. He doesn't have his own personality. He doesn't really connect with people on the same level that Shanann connected with people. Very, very strange, right? He's very, very introverted and weird. I love the ones who help. I'm so appreciative. Yes, it's so appreciated. Yes, it is. I mean, it really is. Imagine having an entire family over or even multiple families and they all just leave and leave you with a mess. That sucks. Yeah, Shanann was awesome. Yeah, she was. She was very God, what's the word I'm thinking? Considerate. She was very considerate of other people. That's what I really, really liked about Shanann is and you can see it, right? You can tell in her videos, you can tell in the way that she interacts with her friends that she was a very considerate person. All right, guys, let's continue.
Percent. So there was nothing early on where you were like, wow, this is an interesting type of dynamic relationship. It was actually one of those just really good old-fashioned school relationships.
No, this was a relationship that people would probably wish for. With what she demanded in life.
Yes, V-Bug. NPC, no personality, Chris. Yeah. Yeah. NPC can also stand for what? Narcissistic potato Chris or, hey, whatever you want it to be. NPC can mean anything for Chris. Oh, Tammy, thank you. Thank you so much, Tammy, for linking all of the links in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you do. I don't think I thank you enough. Thank you. Chris definitely didn't partake in the ganja. Yeah, I don't think so, right? I mean, he didn't even drink, it sounds like.
Life and his acceptable personality fit.
Which is really interesting because
Yeah.
it sets up a story that's almost unfathomable anyway, and we're going to get to that because we've talked off camera about this before, and this is what makes the story so intriguing to me, because it is very difficult to place, and we're going to ask you a lot of those questions because I know you feel the same way. So leading up to that night, I want to jump right into the night before. They're at your house.
Birthday.
The birthday. Describe that party. That's the night before.
Extremely normal. We invited Chris because we knew Shanann was out of town. They talked, and we knew she wasn't going to be there.
Now, she was in Arizona.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you talk to her while she was in Arizona?
No, I did not, but my daughter did because she had actually babysat the girls the night before the birthday party.
Right.
Correct.
So Chris could go to
Baseball game.
alleged baseball game.
Right.
Um,
Which I invited him to the Broncos game because I received tickets. and he told me he couldn't go because his work would be mad if he didn't use the tickets.
And this was the night before the
Yeah.
party.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're getting into the night before. And this is where I like to bring the calendar in, just, just so that we can visualize it. I always like to see the dates that they're talking about. So this was on Saturday, right? So this is what Jeremy's talking about. This is the day that he invited Chris over to the football game because Chris claimed that he had never been to one. And so, yeah, of course, Chris is like, "Yeah, I want to go." But then he lied and he said that he had tickets to a baseball game and that if he didn't use them, he would get in trouble. But it was all a lie so that he can go to the Lazy Dog. Now, we know that Chris has brought this up and it's very interesting, right? That he makes it sound like you know, this was his last opportunity. And this is basically what changed the trajectory of his life. This is, again, this is not my opinion. This is what he says. And he says it over and over again. He tells the investigators about it. He told Ronnie, his dad, right, when he picked him up at the airport and they're driving to the police officers. I shouldn't say the police officer. They were driving to CBI in Wheat Ridge. And Chris mentions it to his dad. He's like, "Oh, Dad, I really wish I had just gone to the football game." And Ronnie is just wondering, "What am I son? You're gonna go to the football game? You're gonna invite me?" Right? And so we don't really, we've been wondering, right? What is it about the lazy dog that made Chris annihilate his family? And here he is, right? Here's Jeremy talking about that exact day. And so, what is it about the lazy dog that was more enticing than a football game that he had never been to? That apparently he really wanted to go to that football game. And instead, he went to the lazy dog to do what? To eat chicken and carrots? That was more exciting than going to a football game? Hmm. It's weird, right? Why would he wanna go to a football game? Or sorry, why would he wanna go to the Lazy Dog instead of a football game? Shit, even I don't even like football, but if somebody invited me to the Broncos game and it was free, I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, hell yeah, let's go." Let's go. I'll put on a Broncos hat and all. I'm like, "Okay, sure, whatever." I don't even know who's playing. I don't even know the rules of football, but sure, I'll be there. It sounds fun. And then if somebody invited me to the Lazy Dog and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go to 2 different Lazy Dogs. The first one kinda sucks because the menu's gross. Then we're gonna go to the other one and we're just gonna eat a bunch of chicken, carrots, and some dip." I'd be like, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna go to the football game." So, I mean, this is me and I don't even like football. So, of course, right, Chris would definitely wanna go to a football game. So, what was it about the Lazy Dog that made him say no to the football game and yes to the Lazy Dog? Hmm. Chris was so happy at the sermon on the porch because he thought he was going to get away with it and run off with NK. Oh my God. He's so ridiculous if he actually thought he was going to get away with it. He's so dumb. Oh my God. All right, let's continue.
this was literally Saturday night.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sunday was
let's
the
just
party.
start there. So the night before your party, you had invited him to the Bronco game.
I invited him a few days earlier, and that's when he texted me back, "Oh, I can't go. I got tickets to the Rockies game, and
I need
if
a
I don't use
babysitter."
them,
So it was a few days earlier. Wait, what? Hold up. Okay, so Jeremy just said that he invited Chris a few days earlier, so it wasn't even on Saturday. So Chris already knew he was gonna go to the Lazy Dog then on Saturday, a few days earlier. What is a few days? Wednesday? Thursday? When is a few days? I wanna know when the invitation. Do we know exactly when? I mean, oh my God. I would have to go through all of the text messages. But does anybody off the top, just off the top of your head, do you guys know when Jeremy sent Chris this invitation? Because if we do, then we will know here in the week when he found out about the football game. And so then we'll know that by one of these days, he already knew that he was going to go to the Lazy Dog on Saturday. So it wasn't something that just happened. So the Lazy Dog was already in the works. They already knew that we're going to plan something, right? In my opinion. Because he's saying that he was invited a few days before and he already said, "No, I'm not going." What? This is crazy, isn't it? What do we think about this? Hockey, best sport out there. I do love hockey. Hockey is really, oh my gosh, hockey is so fun. I love hockey and soccer, right? Football, the real football, right? Because you kick it with your foot and it's a ball. Why is football called football? Like American football? It's just a question. I know we're just, we're deviating from the main topic here. I'm just wondering, why is it called football? It's most of the time you throw it, right? Aren't you like carrying it like, "Meow," right? Shouldn't it be called carry ball or something? Or is it because of the size of the football? Is it because it's a foot long? If anything, then just call it subway ball, right? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Oh man. Aw, Trailhawk, welcome. Welcome back. Welcome to Silver. Thank you. Thank you for joining. And I know, guys, I think I did miss a few super chats, but um well, yeah, we'll get back through them here. Oh yeah, I already missed them. Darn. Okay. All right, guys, let's go ahead and continue. Oh, let me just move this out of the way first. All right. Let's continue.
My work's going to be mad that I didn't use them, and I get that because that's 100% normal conversation. Because if my work gave me their season tickets for the Broncos, and they saw they didn't get scanned in, somehow they know.
Yeah.
They know they didn't get used. Or if they find out they didn't get used, you're never getting tickets again.
Yep.
So we know in hindsight, though, that he had taken this mistress
Yes.
to the game.
Right.
But you did not know that.
No.
Your friends, but did they have any other friends that they were really, really close to that they did a lot of things with?
The Thrive friends, but we didn't know any of them. But I heard Shanann would talk about them.
But you guys had never heard any marital problems. Neither one of them had
No.
discussed any of that.
None of the marital, none of the financial, none of any of that.
On the surface, it's just like, this is the perfect family.
Yes.
Okay. So again, hindsight, we find this out. But you invite him. He says he's going to go to this game.
Normal excuse, normal everything. I don't think anything, I have zero radar of this kid ever lying to me.
Oh my God. Why is he calling him kid? Stop calling him a kid. Come on. This kid? Chris? Again, how old is he? Is this normal? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't call anyone a kid if they're not a kid. Even if they were younger than me, I still wouldn't call them a kid. Why? Like, I don't know. It's the only thing that I'm not liking about this because I think that calling him a kid almost takes away a little bit of the blame, right? Because calling him a kid, it's almost like, oh, he's just too young or too naive or too stupid to know what he was doing. I mean, yeah, he was definitely stupid, but he's not stupid enough where he doesn't know what he was doing. He's definitely not a kid. Let's continue.
Zero radar, right?
Yeah.
And so when he said, oh, the work's going to get mad if I don't use these tickets, I get it.
Right.
I've been there. I
Makes
understand
sense.
that. Makes 100% sense. And I invited him because I thought I remembered him saying one time he'd never actually been to a live NFL game. So I was like, I thought of him right out of the gate. And I'm like, why not? I know that she's out of town. And before she had went to before she went to North Carolina, she's like, hey, make sure you call him and hang out with him. I don't want him doing anything dumb while I'm gone.
Now, when did
Right.
she leave to go to North Carolina? That was prior to.
That was, 5 weeks before?
Maybe
Okay.
at like more towards the beginning of the summer.
Right.
She had,
Did we think it was weird she was leaving for 5 weeks with the kids to North Carolina? Sure.
yeah.
Yes.
But Shanann's personality didn't lead down any paths of marital issues or anything, right?
Well, this is why we're getting your
Right.
story, because you guys have a really interesting perspective on the story. Because again, knowing people, being friends. Now, there's a lot of times in relationships people don't tell their personal stuff, right?
Sure.
But it was odd that she had left. But still, in your mind, because you'd seen them interact so well together, the 5 weeks is just 5 weeks. You thought,
Okay, this is a question for all of you. I just want to ask you guys a question here. I'm going to put up a poll. Do we think it's weird that Shanann took off for 5 weeks? I don't really, honestly, I haven't really even thought about it. to be completely honest with you. I mean, her leaving for 5 weeks, uh, it could be strange, but, to me, Shanann was traveling a lot for work, with, Lavelle and everything that she was selling online, and so, to me, I don't know, I don't think it would be that weird if she's trying to take off for 5 weeks and leave Chris behind, but I don't know, some people think it's weird, so I don't know, is it? Do you guys think it's weird? It might be, right, though? I mean, if I don't know, is it weird that she took off, left him behind for 5 weeks? Some people think that this is probably where it started, people get suspicious about the marital issues. This is probably when it started. This is why she needed to take off for 5 weeks to give Chris some time alone, and she needed some time alone. Do we think that? Okay, the question is, do we think Shanann leaving for 5 weeks is weird? Do we think Shanann leaving, if I can spell, for 5 weeks is weird? Yeah, so do we think, and again, I just wanna hear you guys' thoughts, especially, the moms, dads in the chat, if you guys have kids. I would like to hear from you guys, right? And obviously everybody else. But yeah, I just wanna hear from you guys. If it's something normal that you would do, you would just leave your spouse for 5 weeks. Okay. All right, the poll is up. I think she was very secure in her relationship and she was trying to make money. I don't think it was weird. Yeah, boobs. Yeah, right? See, yeah, I agree with you. I'm definitely more in line with or more aligned with the belief that I didn't think it was weird. I think she was just gonna take off. And if she was gonna take off for 5 whole weeks, of course she's gonna take her kids with her. Dave, I don't think it's weird. I think it depends on the strength of your relationship. Exactly, right? Yeah, see, I don't think it's weird either. But I don't know, right? A lot of people think that it was weird. Maybe that indicates that the relationship wasn't good. But if I'm with I don't know, I'm on the side that yeah, if your relationship isn't doing well, why would you leave? Right? If you're trying to work on your relationship, you wouldn't leave for 5 weeks. If you're secure in your relationship and your relationship is going really well and you trust your partner, then yes, you would leave for 5 weeks because nothing's gonna happen in that time. But if you're already on a rocky relationship, why would you leave? If anything, it would just make things worse, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I just don't have enough information. Yeah, that's fair, Tiger. 5 weeks is a very long time without your children. However, technology where it's at today provides constant contact if you want it. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Especially the Facebook machine, right? Have you guys heard about the Facebook machine? Yeah, it's very good for this kind of stuff. Yeah. It keeps you connected and whatnot. Yeah, if you haven't heard of Facebook, try it out. It's a good machine. Evidently, she thought she was secure. She said that they could not get enough of each other before they left. Exactly, Tammy. Yes. Yeah, obviously, right? If she said that they couldn't get enough of each other before she left, then she felt secure in the relationship. She definitely felt like she could just leave him there and he would probably just get bored. That's why she didn't think that he was cheating. Oh man. Hey, Sandusco or Sandusco. Yay, listening while working. I think that she trusted him and went to make money. I think so too, Jenny from the block. I'm slow, Jenny from the block. Sorry, I just had to. My ADHD brain just does things sometimes. Shanann wanted to give Chris space. Oh, right, Lehigh. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely see that. Right? She wanted to give him some space, maybe. Give him some time to think. Give him, I don't know, his let him do his guyish things, right? Okay, here we go. Okay, 5 weeks is a long time to be away. Sorry, 5 weeks is a long time to be away. Okay, perfect. So here it is. Yeah, so this is kind of the conversation that I want to spark. All right, so 5 weeks would be a long time, right? So when we think about it, Some of us don't think it's weird, but when you see it and it's 5 whole weeks, right? That is the entire month of July. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? The entire month of July and the end of June, entire month of July, and then you have the first week of August. So, I mean, when you think about how long it is an entire month, right? So, some people will definitely think it's kind of a little long, right? Why did she leave for so long? Again, of course, it's not her fault, right? She can leave for 5 weeks. She can leave for an entire 3 years if she wants to. Um, but, if she's feeling that the relationship is secure, then yeah, she can leave for 5 weeks. But yeah, I mean, 5 weeks is still kind of a long time, right? Who has taken a vacation for 5 weeks? I mean, yeah, right? It's a really long time. Do jobs even offer a 5 weeks of vacation? I mean, even in the Marine Corps, right? When you're in the military, you get an entire month, I think, right? Maybe you get an entire month off, but it's a very long time. Not even that many, service members take an entire month off. All right, let's go ahead and see the poll. Where are we at? Do we think Shanann leaving for 5 weeks is weird? No. Okay, so the majority say no, but we still have 33% that say it is weird. And hey, I mean, like I said, I had never really thought about it. I didn't think it was weird. But 5 weeks when it is a really long time. I still don't think it's weird though. I'm sure she felt secure. She may have been thinking that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yes, Lehigh, I agree. Yeah, especially when you're a couple and you're seeing each other every single day, you're spending every waking moment together. Sometimes it helps the relationship to just give yourself some space. So I absolutely, yeah, I agree. All right, guys, let's go ahead and continue. Thank you guys so much for your thoughts, your opinions. Weird to leave that idiot alone. I mean, yeah, right? It's kind of weird to leave him alone for that long. I mean, what is he going to do? What is he going to do other than watch sports and mow the lawn, right? What else is he going to do? Just sit around, wait outside in his backyard, waiting for the grass to grow for 5 whole weeks, right? I would think that's weird. He's like, "Oh, is this blade of grass growing? All right, let me bring the lawnmower." Right? He's using NK, right? He's like holding her from the feet as NK is going, "Ah," right? Chewing on the lawn. Anyway. You get the visual. All right, guys, let's continue.
But maybe
Yeah.
she's type A. She's going to go do whatever she's going to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Get me to the party the night before. Your
My
party.
son's birthday party.
Yes.
He came over like they have for the last 4 years, right? They came over. He shows up. He's got the diaper bags. He's got the girls, and it was normal conversation with Shanann. It was, hey, Chris is going to bring the girls over. Of course, nothing out of the blue. We're playing in the backyard. The girls are running around playing. They're playing in the little swimming pool.
Was he on time?
Give or take, there was no time.
Well, I mean, he was a little bit later, but he had mentioned when he got there that the girls had just woken up from their nap. And
nap was very important. Shanann
Yeah.
had these girls on a
On a
schedule.
schedule.
Okay, so they were on schedule.
Yeah.
So nothing there was odd. It's
No.
just
Nope.
they were taking a nap
Yeah.
and then they showed up. Okay.
Yep.
They were-
And we
all their
were playing water balloons in the backyard. Chris was throwing water balloons. The girls were throwing water balloons. They were all normal kids' birthday party. Nothing crazy, right?
Do you see?
I wonder if they saw him on the phone all the time, though. Was that weird? But they probably didn't think it was weird. Even if he was on his phone the entire time, they probably didn't think it was weird because they probably thought he was talking to Shanann, right? That he was letting Shanann know about the girls and what they're doing at the party. But the whole time, he was texting Nicole Kessinger. He was telling her about the cans or whatever jars of asparagus that he had. What else? The barbecue. Oh, right. He's doing the fruits and the veggies. So fun. Imagine you're at a kid's birthday party and all you're doing is fruits and veggies. Great. That sounds like a blast. Please invite me to that party. I want to just eat a bunch of fruits and vegetables the entire time. Here, let's go ahead. I just want to pull up the text messages that we are referring to. It's all the ridiculous ones, as always. Okay, where are they at? Here they are. Fruits and veggies. I'm pounding fruit, is what Chris is saying. He's so ridiculous. Right here. Been pounding fruit and had a whole jar of asparagus. He didn't smoke any barbecue this time. He did hot dogs, and so I did fruit and veggies. And of course, he's got the bicep. Oh, because he's so fit. He's watching his macros, you guys. Oh my God. Of course, he needs to make sure that he brings his fruit and his veggies. The fruit, they provide all of the good sugars, right? The natural, all natural. And of course, the veggies, they're just veggies, right? And it's just asparagus. And then the other thing, here we have the other ridiculous text message that he was sending to Nicole Kessinger. This one. Nice. That sounds like a good time. I haven't seen an IMAX in a while. Sounds like you're having a fun day with the folks. I'm still at the birthday party. Kids are soaked from water balloons, he says. And then he puts this weird emoji. Like, ugh. Ugh. I just don't even like to read those because they're kind of gross. And then before that, of course, you have the infamous Dead Sea Scrolls. But yeah, that is what they were talking about. And that is what he was texting while he was at this party. That Jeremy is saying he was super normal. It was just everything was completely normal. The only thing is that he showed up a little bit late. But the excuse here was that the girls were sleeping. So let's go ahead and see the day of. So yeah, the barbecue, right? The pool party. And then he also Googled the fridge temperature. He took a photo of it. And then there's also the Dead Sea Scrolls text. So it all happened on the same day, on Sunday. Interesting, right? Here, let's go ahead and I'm just curious now. I just want to see the day of the 12th. Oh, it's not in order. Okay. It's fine. But yeah, this is what we're seeing here. Shanann is on the trip, and then we have all of these other little things that are happening, especially this one. This one's kind of weird. Chris Watts fridge temperature photo. That's when he took the photo of the temperature of the fridge. I wonder why. Was it a barbecue? Probably not. Yeah, that is a weird emoji for the statement. Yeah, am I the only one that thinks this? Probably not. Yeah, it's so weird because he's talking about his children and water balloons. It's just so gross. Anyway, let's continue. It's inappropriate.
Why I ask these questions because on the outside it's extremely difficult, and because you guys have this really intimate knowledge, this is why it's really an interesting topic, and I'm trying to make sure that we don't skip anything or miss anything, because I think you guys would have caught it. You know him pretty intimately, so he's out there
If
playing.
anything was off,
Yeah.
Say that again.
if anything was off, absolutely, we would have seen something.
Correct. But he would be out there playing with the water balloons because we talked about it earlier where you're like, he would kind of migrate towards where the kids.
I think that was his alibi, though. What do you guys think? I think, this is just me, this is what I think, that on Sunday, him bringing Bella and Cece to the party and him acting this way and, oh my God, everything's so fun. All of that was his alibi. He was making it seem like he was this loving and caring father. He's so attentive. He's taking the girls over to the party. And so then, if anything happened the next day, oh, it wasn't him, it was Shanann, right? This is what I believe that Chris was trying to do here. And I think that Nicole Kessinger pushed him to go to this party because if he refused to take his girls to this party and then they spent more time planning things, it would look very suspicious. So I think that the whole point of going to this party and being, interacting with everybody, throwing water balloons and all this BS, I think all of it was just to throw everybody off, to make it seem like he was this loving and caring dad before Shanann got back, and then all of a sudden everyone is missing. It wasn't him though, because look at him, he went to the party. Oh, he was throwing water balloons. He loves his kids. Oh, it couldn't have been him. What do you guys think? I mean, what else would it be? I think it really was his alibi. His alibi the Sunday before he was supposed to annihilate his whole family. Let's remember, Shanann was supposed to arrive on Sunday night, not Monday morning. So, yeah, the whole plan was to annihilate the family on the same day that he was getting his alibi. Wow. I mean, what do you guys think? What was she doing pinging all over around Colorado? I mean, yeah. That would have scared the hell out of me seeing that come over my phone. Yeah, right? I don't think Chris thinks that deeply. I don't think so either. This is why I think this was Nicole Kessinger's doing, right? She's the one that is pushing it. She's like, Chris, go. You need to take those girls over to the barbecue because you need to make it seem like we didn't hang out that much. And when you look at it, it does seem that way, right? I mean, look at Friday. They didn't really spend that much time together on Friday. They didn't even talk to each other or talk to each other on the phone. We don't know if they actually spent time together. They probably did. But then we see the Saturday, right? They didn't spend that much time together either. We see the lazy dog, but they didn't spend the entire day together. They didn't go on a trip like they did in July. And then on Sunday, same thing. They didn't spend that much time together. And then on Monday morning, as we know, Nicole Kessinger didn't even talk to him at all on the phone that morning. So it looks like she was distancing herself that entire week, with the exception of Wednesday when she gave him the key. Crazy, right? All right, let's continue.
Kids are at.
Yep.
Okay. So he's out playing with the kids, nothing out of the normal. He was a little bit late, but there's a nap. We kind of know that.
Right. Well, and at the same time, this is the first time we've seen one of them without the other. So we wouldn't have anything to judge off of.
Okay.
But it was still normal, like with the kids. Then when we got to the birthday cake, he was standing in there. He knew that the girls had allergies. She knows more about what their allergies were, but he didn't let them have cake. He didn't let them have certain things because he knew they had allergies, right? We got them popsicles out of the garage because they could have popsicles. And then shortly after the cake, it was time for them to go home because their bedtime is 7-ish o'clock.
Again, on schedule.
On schedule.
So let me
100%.
ask you a question. When you were talking about the birthday cake, when he tells you they can't have it because of their allergies, was it just a sincere, I mean, was there anything about that where you would be like, okay, that's odd or anything like that?
No, because I mean, we knew.
I mean, this is another one too. I mean, yeah, Bella and Cece had allergies, or Cece had allergies, but what he's just gonna let his girls eat the things that they're allergic to right before he's supposed to murder them? I mean, of course not, right? If we are to assume that this was his alibi, of course he's not going to do those things, right? I mean, he's not that stupid, right? He's not stupid enough to just let the girls start eating all the things that they're allergic to. Or, oh yeah, Bella, go jump off the deep end of the pool, right? Go ahead and jump off into the 12-foot dive. Like, of course not. If he's still pretending to be this loving and caring dad, he's not just going to be absolutely reckless with his daughters. To me, that just makes no sense. What do you guys think? I just, when we're looking into it, I mean, obviously, right? Obviously, he's not going to be doing that. He's not going to be like, oh yeah, let me take my girls to the zoo and then let the girls just climb over and go into the tigers and just go and pet the tigers. Like, of course not. You're not going to do that if you're trying to pretend to be the loving and caring dad that doesn't want anything to happen to their girls, right? Anyway, I don't know. Oh man, what do you guys think? Skankinger? Oh man, the Twatters. I love that name. I love that that we came up with a whole name for those people. And by us, I mean the community. Even Twister for Twats, right? That one was made up by Tiffany. Tiffany, the artiste, masterpiece. If you guys haven't seen it yet, go ahead and check out the community page. You will see the works of art that Tiffany made. Tiffany's not in the chat today, but Tiffany, thank you for all the work that you've done with those dolls. They're amazing. They have mashed brains. Yeah, they do. They definitely do. I would love to pet a lion. I would too. I would too. I just, not at the zoo. Let's continue.
The kids had allergies, and he just said, I'm sorry, they can't have cake, and you could tell that they were disappointed. So that at that point, I said, okay, well, we have, just ice pops in the freezer outside.
Fruits and veggies.
And was the conversation the same conversation you'd always had with him?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Every birthday party's been the same. They can't have the cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was not.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, right? Imagine they're never able to have a cake, and then they go to this party, and all of a sudden, Chris is like, "Oh yeah, have all the cake." That would be so suspicious. Come on.
Abnormal by any means.
Yeah, I've replayed that birthday party in my head 1,000 times
Yes.
since then, just to see was there something that we missed that we could.
We haven't had his birthday party at our house since then.
Dave. The brown bikini still mystifies me. Brown, right? So many things about this case mystifies us, but definitely brown? Right? If anything, we're all still stuck. Why would she choose a brown bikini? Of all the colors in the rainbow, right? Of all the colors in the spectrum, brown is what she chooses. So weird, right? I think that is one of the mysteries that we will never get to the bottom of unless we ask her herself. Nicole, what the hell was going through your mind when you chose brown? If we hear and she, if she says something like, "Oh, is it because it was on the clearance rack?" Or, it's because it's the only size that I can find that was, that fit me well, then I would understand. I'd be like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense. You saved $20 because you got 2 for $5 deal, right? I get it." Or, it's the only one that fit her body in a certain way. Okay, I get it. But if there were other options, why did she choose brown? Such a mystery. I think it's like the biggest mystery. Brown? Let's continue.
Well, so one of the things that I certainly wanted to ask is obviously at a birthday party you're taking pictures. Did you guys take a bunch of
Yes.
pictures that evening?
Oh, yeah.
And tell me anything about the pictures. Was there anything about the pictures that stood out to be different?
No. Not well. Here's so. In my mind, and I have the picture, and I can send it to you now. Somebody tried to steal it off my Facebook page from another media source, right? And I had them take it down, and they did take it down. But I have a picture of him standing in the background of my kid blowing out a candle, right? And it's probably the most awkward, lack of better words, just
Creepy?
that's the image that's in my brain of him blowing out his candles and Chris standing behind him and the girl standing on the side with Bella looking up and over trying to watch him blow out his candles.
Oh, this is it. I was wondering, I'm like, what photo is it? It's this one. Oh my God. Look, he's wearing his Carolina Tar Heels shirt. Mm. Oh, God. Yeah, he's here. This is definitely his alibi, right? This is him pretending to be a normal dad. Mm.
Right? That's my last image of them.
So when you see that picture and you see him, is it a different Chris Watts than you knew?
You keep looking at it and his face changes, right? Every time I look at that photo, his face changes, and now it's like, that's a creepy fucking picture,
Yeah.
right? Like for real.
He truly looks evil in that picture.
Yes.
Yeah, he looked evil. Yeah, because he was about to murder his entire family. Let's go ahead and look at that photo again. Where did it go? Oh god, I hope I didn't rewind too much. Okay, I think it's gone now. He he looks evil.
You keep looking at it and his face changes, right? Every time I look at that photo, his face of him blowing out his candles and Chris standing behind him and the girl standing on the side with Bella looking up and over trying to watch him blow out his candles.
Look at his face. Yeah, I mean, this side he just looks like stupid Chris, and then the other side he just looks evil. You have the light and the dark. Hmm.
Right? That's my last image of them.
So when you see that picture and you see him, is it a different Chris Watts than you knew?
You keep looking
Gary. I lived in North Carolina. Tar Heels suck. Oh my god. That's funny. That's funny. I was stationed in North Carolina for a little bit. I know nothing about the Tar Heels. I don't really care, but North Carolina was one of the most humid and hottest places I've ever been. That's beautiful place. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love North Carolina, but incredibly humid and absolutely miserable in the summer.
at it and his face changes, right? Every time I look at that photo, his face changes and now it's like, that's a creepy fucking picture,
Yeah.
right? Like for real.
He truly looks evil in that picture.
Yes.
Truly.
That
In the
is
beginning,
so interesting.
absolutely not. Now, absolutely, right?
Because
Like what she said.
like, and the way his eyes, he's just like slightly looking up at like towards the camera, just with like no soul in his eyes.
Did you have the same visceral response as Jeremy did
Yeah.
when you saw that picture?
Yeah, and it was the same too when we saw him being in his infamous porch interview after everything happened.
Right.
He looked and sounded different in that interview. Like it wasn't him. I mean, it was him obviously, but he looked and sounded different.
So
and same
you
with that
almost
picture.
knew then.
Yeah, he
because
was-
we're going to get to this in a little bit because
Yeah.
you haven't
Completely
kept up quite as
detached.
much as she has.
Right,
in there,
and
so-
I'm probably one of 3 supporters that thought that news interview was not what everybody else saw. Right? When you're inside the bubble and you don't want to believe things, you still don't see things.
Well, I'm going to get to that.
I like that I like that he called it a bubble that he was in because you definitely have to be in a bubble to not see that Chris is a murderer, right? Because how can you watch the sermon on the porch and think he's normal? How can you watch that whole interview and think, oh, the guy is definitely grieving, that he's missing his family. He definitely wants them back. I mean, you definitely have to be in a bubble. So I'm glad that he at least admitted that he was in a bubble and that he's like, oh, sometimes you just don't want to see things for what they are. Yeah. I mean, how can you not see that? It's so obvious that the guy was lying, that he didn't want his family back. He's laughing the whole time. He's saying the most ridiculous things. Like, come on. Of course. God, so come on. This, when it came to this case, that was the first thing I saw, right? I woke up. I remember it so vividly, okay? I remember this case so vividly. Okay, so it was August 13th. I got up for school, so there was an event going on campus. I woke up really early that morning. First thing I would do every morning when I was in college, I would pull up the news, right? I kept in touch with everything that was going on in the world, and the first thing that I see is mom missing, right? And I watch the video and immediately, and I'm still in bed, mind you, okay? So literally just open my eyeballs. I just woke up. And I'm in bed. I'm reading the news. I'm like, oh, getting ready. And I'm watching. And I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and see. Oh my God, there's a woman missing. And of course, I'm into it, right? And I'm watching this guy on my phone as I'm just laying there. And I'm like, oh, he did it. He definitely disappeared his family. Chances are he murdered them. That is the first thought when I saw that video. Nothing can convince me otherwise. I watched it, then I watched it again. And then I watched it again. And then when I got to school that day, there were people talking about it already. And yeah, I mean, many of us were in the library talking about Chris and how weird it was that this father and husband is laughing. And yeah, we were all talking about it. And none of us thought that Chris was innocent of anything. The people that were talking about this case on that day, we all we were all suspicious of him. We all believed that he had done something to his family. So, yeah, I think you would definitely have to be in a bubble to not see it the way that other people saw it. What I wanna hear from you guys. What did you guys think? And when did you find out about this case? I found out about it when was it? I think it was on the 14th, August 14th. So, the following day, right? So, it was on this day. Oh, right, yeah, because of the Sermon on the Porch. Yeah, because that it had already happened. So it was either the 14th, maybe the 15th when I saw the news, and then immediately after, I mean, it didn't really last long. Chris was already arrested, so the case just kind of unfolded so rapidly. Aw, see ya, Britt. Thanks for joining. Yeah, the day he was on the news. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's when we all saw it. And so whenever he was on the news. So either the 14th or the 15th. Yeah, I have security training, so I took him down. I thought he would have been in shock. He didn't know. Little did I know. Yeah, I thought he would have been in shock. Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm going to really hammer that hard
Okay.
because especially with, I mean, you were there, you were at the house, but I'm going to bring that up in just a second. So, as with anybody that goes to a birthday party or anything, there comes that moment where it's time to go, and obviously Shanae's not there, who would have cleaned up
Yeah.
and made sure all that happened. Was there any anxiety, anything, or was the departure also what you would consider normal?
Extremely normal.
Was it, come on, girls, let's get in the car? I mean, what was
Yeah.
that?
It was bedtime's coming up, right?
Yeah.
We know that. We know Shanann's schedule. Like, she has a schedule, and if you tell us it's her schedule, we're going to say,
Yep.
okay,
Yeah.
right? That's okay, right? And we don't,
Yeah. Well, and they stayed a long time too. It's not like they were there and left in 30 minutes.
Well, that's what I want
Yeah,
to know.
they
The
were
party
there
started how long were they there?
probably for 3 hours.
I would say 3 or 4 hours normal.
They were there for
And that would
the-
be normal.
Yeah, they were there for the playing and the eating and the cake and the presents. Like they're in all, like during a party you take a series of pictures like of the kids playing, of the presents and the cake. They're in all of those events that happened at the party and then they, just
And he doesn't
So-
drink or anything,
Yeah.
right?
so they just said, "All right, well, we
Nothing.
got to get going."
So he had nothing to drink.
No, he doesn't.
He
He doesn't
doesn't
drink. Not his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's not his thing. He wasn't that type of guy. Like he wasn't drinking, he wasn't into drugs or anything. He didn't have any vices. But again, just because you don't have vices doesn't mean that you're not capable of murdering your family. Yeah, just reading through the comments here. Not gonna lie, his smile fooled me. He looked nice. And I was more naive back then. I was shocked when he confessed. Yeah, Boops. I mean, his smile is actually what convinced me otherwise. His smile is what told me, oh, this guy's crazy. Why is he laughing? Why is he smiling? Yeah, to me, he did not. I was not shocked at all. Um, I will say though, I was definitely shocked when I found out about Cindy and Ronnie Watts because I actually gave them the benefit of the doubt. I gave the Twats family and Nicole Cassinger the benefit of the doubt. For me, I actually felt bad for that whole group of people. I felt really bad for Cindy and Ronnie because, you know, if I'm being completely honest, I thought at the time that they had suffered the biggest loss. Isn't that ridiculous? Again, this was me without even knowing anything about the case back then. I thought that Cindy, Ronnie had suffered the biggest loss because I thought that they actually loved their daughter-in-law. So, I mean, imagine, right? Imagine losing your daughter-in-law that you love, your grandchildren that you love, and then also your son, right? So to me, I was like, "Oh my God, like this is so incredibly hard for both families, but I can only imagine what the twats are thinking, right? Or what they're feeling. Again, right? It's so crazy of me to think that way, right? That the Watts family had suffered the biggest loss and not the Ruseks, right? Even though they had completely their daughter had been murdered, and so it had their grandchildren. But I even gave them the benefit of the doubt, right? The Watts, until I found out more about them and then realized, oh, okay, so they actually always hated their daughter-in-law. And then the same thing happened with Nicole Kessinger. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I felt bad for her in the beginning because I saw her like an Amber Fry as well. Again, this was all before I found out anything about her. I felt really bad. I'm like, "Oh my god, this poor woman has been lied to by this evil man." No, because the more you look into Nicole Kessinger, the more you notice that she's not innocent at all of any of this. Same with the Cindy and the Ronnie Twats, right? And so over time, I'm like, "Oh, okay, this is a lot creepier and darker than it seems." But Chris never come he I will say Chris never, ever, ever fooled me. Chris, I'm like, "No." His stupid little smile, his ridiculousness, right? All the things that he says, "I had no inclination of where they be." All of those things, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, no, the guy has definitely done something to his family." I'm like, "Mm-mm." Yeah, where's your family, Christopher? That's what I was saying to myself. But hey, the thing is, a lot of people were actually, I don't know, they were fooled by Chris. They were fooled by the way that he was pleading for his family. I have a long history of trusting bad men. Oh no. See, the other thing somebody else mentioned, statistically, right? If we're gonna think about it in, statistics, when somebody goes missing in your household, the likelihood that somebody did it in the family is higher, right? So the likelihood that a spouse or a parent was the one who murdered a child is a lot likelier than a stranger in the street. So that was the other thing too. I'm just like, oh, statistically, the guy did it, right? But you know, the thing is, we can't always just say it statistically. It was also his behavior. Auntie Amber Fry was sus from the moment she opened her flycatcher. I can't speak about Ronnie because I can't understand a word he says. Same V-Bug. The only thing I understood though, right, was him saying, You gotta know her to be able to say things about her." Or whatever he said. Whatever nonsense he was saying about her. Anyway, let's continue.
Very, very, very fascinating because again, this is kind of the story I think that a lot of people have never heard before.
Right.
And it's a real interesting thing because again, we can all put ourselves in that situation to know what is coming down the pipeline here. You would think, absolutely think that there would be something out of place or something not right.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way in my brain that this kid said, "Hey, can't wait to marry that girl so we can have kids and kill them all."
Yeah.
Right? That didn't happen. Like,
Yeah.
that,
Well, yeah, no shit. I mean, that's not how it happens. It's usually not how these things happen. People don't just plan out an entire annihilation a whole 8 years before it even happens, right? Like, obviously, he wasn't thinking, oh, yeah, I'm going to have two babies and then get her pregnant. And then when she's pregnant, I'm going to kill her, right? Of course not. Of course not. These things happen over time. Again, I think it's just, I don't know, man. Again, am I jaded? Is it just me? Or are most people just very, you know, I don't know. I would call it spoiled, right? I'm like, oh, damn, that must be nice to think that everyone is just lovely, right? Am I just, again, am I just jaded? Because really, right? I mean, to think that this is how things happen, right? That murderers, if you're a murderer, if you're a serial killer, you're just evil from the get-go, right? You're out there looking for everyone who's a possible victim. That's not usually how these things happen. Family annihilations, any type of violence in the home, it's not usually this evil person looking out to, find their victims. It just happens over time. It is a family dynamic issue. There's all kinds of different types of abuse. There's even substance abuse in many cases, mental health issues. There's like so many things, right? So many factors involved. And so thinking that, oh, he's just evil, right, from the very get go. I don't know. It's just not an accurate way of thinking about these things, about these cases. Because again, if you believe that everyone who is evil comes from a very dark alley, then you're not safe, right? If you think that the safest place is, oh, just be at home with your killer husband, right? That is not a good way to view life, I guess. And again, please, I don't know, again, let me know. Is it just me that is jaded? It has kept me alive for this long, at least, not trusting people. I just don't trust people. I just really don't. I'll look through my comments. I sometimes see chats, and, some of you guys are like, oh, let me take you out for dinner. And I'm like, are you for real right now? I literally run a channel where we talk about true crime. I'm not about to make myself a victim by going out on a date with a stranger on the internet. Right? And again, I don't know you guys, right? You all seem lovely, wonderful people, but I'm not just gonna go out on a date with some stranger who's telling me on the internet, "Hey, let's go out for dinner." Uh, no, I don't know who you are. Come on. Being here, it keeps me safe, okay? Being here with my cats has kept me safe and alive. Of course, also knowing Brazilian jiu-jitsu and also, being a Marine Corps martial arts instructor has also gotten me safe. I can use my hands, right? My hands are deadly weapons. I have to get them registered with the state, right? Because yeah, just chop somebody's neck, right? So that has also kept me alive for a very long time. But anyway, yeah. Choose the bear. And hey, right? You can chop a bear, right? If a bear comes out from behind a tree and they're like, right, there's like a bear behind you. You're hiking, there's a fucking bear. You're like, oh shit. Right? You can chop the bear. The bear is gonna just be like, what the hell, lady? You're fucking crazy and walk away. But if you try to chop some other person that's trying to murder you, it's might be a little different, right? You might have to get a few kicks in there too. Maybe throw a few rocks. Who knows? All right, guys, let's continue.
That's not how that works, I guess. Like,
Are you convinced that? I mean, obviously, I think we know through what investigations have taken place that it was pre-planned. He knew he was going to do that.
based on all the stuff I've heard since then, apparently yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
And
kind
how
of the consensus.
how can anybody freaking go to a kid's birthday party knowing that, hey, hurry up? Why would you protect the cake? Like, all that shit goes through my head, right?
Right.
Why would you care that they're allergic to something if you're about to take them home and freaking do what you did?
Yeah.
That doesn't.
Come on. Right again. God. I mean, yeah, maybe, right? Common sense would tell you, oh yeah, I mean, if he's gonna murder his children, why was he protecting the cake? But I mean, come on, again. This was his alibi. He's not just going to all of a sudden let Bella and Cece go skydiving, right? I mean, come on. Oh yeah, go ahead, kids. Oh, you guys want to go skydiving? Oh, it's better without a parachute. It's more fun, right? Like obviously he's not going to be doing that. He's going to be taking care of them up until the point where he murders them. I mean, hello. I mean, holy shit, even Ted Bundy knew how to lure women in, right? He pretended to have a cast, he had a broken arm. He's like, "Oh, I need help," right? He didn't just go out there and was like, "Hey, I'm a serial killer. You want to jump in my car? Yeah, I'm going to murder you later." Right? Of course not. You have to first pretend, right? That is how you are able to get to your victim. You have to pretend that to care about them. Of course he's not just going to be like, "Yeah, girls, go ahead and eat all the cake." Of course not. Again, I don't know. It just to me it doesn't make any sense. Let's continue.
Doesn't work, right?
It doesn't, which is kind of that gap of speculation. Did the guy really intend to do it while he was at the birthday party? Did he?
According to his post interviews, that I've seen, it was weeks before. I believe the kid, maybe I'm going too far into the story, but when he got with this other girl and got to go camping and got to go to the Shelby Museum, which he's a big Ford mechanic, right?
Yeah.
That's his passion, was Ford mechanics. His passion wasn't the oil field. It was the Ford mechanic. It was going camping, going to the Shelby Museum, going to all these Moab and everywhere else he got to go in that 5 weeks period of time, probably is what transformed his brain to a lifestyle that he didn't have, that he didn't know existed, and then wanted.
Preach, Jeremy. Oh my God. The guy is smart. Apart from calling him a kid, I agree with so much that he's saying. I mean, he just brought up how his brain was transformed. Holy shit, that is what we've been saying here since day one. That Chris's brain was transformed by Nicole Kessinger. I mean, yeah, he did all the things that he wanted to do always his whole life. Camping, Moab, or not Moab, I don't know what he called it, Moab. Bendemeer Speedway, right? The Ford Shelby Museum, all this crap that he wanted to do in his youth that he never got a chance to do. Yeah, it transformed his brain. So again, who does it go back to? Nicole Kessinger, right? Because it was Nicole Kessinger who made him have all these experiences that he had never experienced before. So it was her who transformed his brain over time, right? For 5 whole weeks, all they ever did was go on dates every single weekend. So of course the man's brain is going to get transformed. I mean, the guy says, even in the last video that, we just watched yesterday's video, the guy says, oh, I didn't even spend time in my marital bed. I was never even at home. So yeah, his family was out of sight, out of mind. That was his mindset. If he doesn't see his family, he's not going to want them. He's not going to miss them. So again, goes back to Nicole Kessinger. Holy shit. This is Lindstrom saying this, right? This is Jeremy. And again, he's not actually blaming Nicole Kessinger. He's not saying, oh yeah, it was this woman, it was this mistress. No, but he's basically saying that it was because of the mistress that gave him these experiences that he had never experienced in his life. It was those things that made him change his mind, right? Or transform his brain. Trail. Yeah, Moab, right? Utah. I think, this is where, again, I think he maybe got confused. I don't think they ever went to Moab. They didn't go to Utah. There is no evidence that they went to Utah. Is that a misunderstanding or did we hear? Yeah. Trail. I think it was a misunderstanding. I think he said Moab instead of the sand dunes because it's a national park. It's a national park. I'm gonna go ahead and just say it was a mistake on his part. Yep, exactly, V-Bug. She's the root cause of everything that happened. Let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of speculation to that,
Right.
and kind of how that transition went. I mean, there are certainly a ton of interviews. Here at Truth Talks, we don't want to, we don't want to put everybody else's perspective into this because it's really about you guys telling the
Yeah.
story. But there is certainly some perspective that it had been going on for a while. The thought process was there, and then obviously we did it. That's why it's so interesting to know that you guys saw them the night before.
Yeah.
That was what was really interesting. One of the other things we want to talk about is, again, when you hear that, your daughter babysat for them.
Yes.
Yep.
That's got to be a little chilling too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and her story was when she babysat the night for the baseball game, right? When she came home, she had mentioned the pantry was a mess. Like the house was a mess. It was not clean anymore. It was not organized anymore. There was zero regard for everything that Shanann does at the house. Right? She's like,
Right.
I've never seen that house that dirty.
What?
Stuff was everywhere.
And that is interesting because that's the whole reason why I wanted to bring that up is there was something awry that as far as that goes. Mm-hmm. And your daughter noticed that.
Yeah.
Right?
And brought that to your attention. So we know that, man, it is really structured how they live their life, but yet she noticed that there was something not right.
Right?
Yeah.
And was there anything else that she said?
Yes, it was about the allergies. So when I picked her up, she said,
Okay, Before we get into the allergies, they said something so important. Let's go ahead and bring up the calendar because holy shit. They're talking about the house being dirty. So, okay, what the fuck? What is going on? Okay, so Sunday on this day, so on the 12th, the house was dirty. What? So, how long was the house dirty for? Shanann left on Friday and then he just completely neglected the home after that. Right? This is a guy that is supposedly clean. And now they're saying the house was dirty. So it goes back to Nicole Kessinger, right? When she's talking about the sheets being dirty and all this other BS. And she's saying how the house is always clean and, oh, they're just very clean people. And Chris is so clean. And like, all this BS. Yet they're talking about the house being dirty that Sunday. What do we think about that? That is so crazy. So who made the mess? Chris? Nicole Kessinger? Were they looking for things around the house? Did they just not give a shit? What the hell is going on here? Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to end the other poll because I want to ask about this one. All right, so for the last poll, we have 130 votes. Thank you guys so much for voting. Do we think Shanann leaving for 5 weeks is weird? So yeah, the majority of us didn't think it's weird, but a very close yes right behind it. 38% believe that it was weird, right? And I do see it, right? 5 weeks, it is kind of a really long time. I still don't think it's weird though, especially if she thought that her relationship was secure. All right, let's go ahead and do the other poll. What do we think was happening with the house being dirty? He probably didn't give a shit at that point. Exactly, V-Bug, right? He didn't give a shit. Hmm. Weird. What the hell? Yeah, that he's okay. What the? Okay. I don't even know what to ask because there's so many options, right? There's so many things. Exactly, Anders. I thought someone shampooed the rug. Wasn't Chris cleaning all the time? Didn't Nicole Kessinger say something about going over the house and she couldn't get in because he was cleaning or some BS, right? Is it that he didn't care? What was going on? Okay, question for you guys. I don't even know how to ask this question. Why was the house dirty? He didn't care, right? So he didn't care anymore, which I don't know. I mean, if he didn't care, then that means that he also didn't care about using the credit card at the Lazy Dog. But I think that the reason he used the credit card at the Lazy Dog was so that he can prove to NK that he didn't care anymore. But it was mostly because NK was pushing him to prove it to her, right? So I don't think is that he didn't care anymore. And if he didn't, it's because of NK. So he didn't care anymore. NK and Chris Watts um dirtied the house, right? So it was NK and Chris Watts who made a mess. What else do we think? Were they looking for something, right? Was it Twister time? Were they looking for stuff? What do we think? All right. So 4 options. There we go. Yes, the party was on Sunday. So within 36 to 48 hours, it was squeaky clean. Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead. Oh, it's already up. Okay. So the calendar is showing us that on Sunday, the house was dirty. By Monday, the house was already squeaky clean. And as we know, other friends have said that, right? What was the other guy that we were listening to? He also said that when he arrived that night to be with Chris, he was cleaning the house. Wow. Who cleaned the house? Chris? How much time did he have to clean? So when he arrived at the house on this day, right, on August 13th at around 2 p.m. that he got home, the house was already squeaky clean. The only thing that was a mess was Shanann's office. So who cleaned it? To spite Shanann. I thought so too, Farrah Fox. I thought the same thing. Yeah, so to spite Shanann will be part of number 1, or he didn't care anymore. Looking for things, yeah. NK, yeah. So far we have 40 votes in, and it's, he didn't care anymore is winning at 45%, and then we have NK and Chris Watts made a mess, and then we have looking for things. It's probably a combination, right? They didn't give a shit. Nicole Kessinger is actively making a mess because she knows that Shanann would hate it. And she was probably already looking for things like passwords and stuff, right? To make sure that everything is ready for when it happens. Oh my God. This is crazy. I had never heard this before. Did you guys know this? I'm sure you guys did. Some of you guys did, right? If you watched this before, holy shit. Okay, we need to add this to the calendar. I think it's very important. Okay, so the house was a mess. Okay, so I think, yeah, it's very important to add that here because what? All right, so the Watts residence was a mess. So yeah, look at that. So it was a mess that day, and then it was cleaned the next day. Who cleaned it? Oh my God, that's crazy. I have so many questions now. Holy shit. Okay, let's continue. Cause what?
Said that everything went good. She said that I said, well, how did bedtime go? Because I know if she would to be babysitting her brother, bedtime wouldn't go good. He wouldn't want
Right.
to go to sleep, and but I know they have a very regimented schedule. So she said that Cece went to bed pretty easily on time, but then Bella went to bed and then came downstairs and said she wasn't ready. She wasn't tired yet, wasn't ready to go to bed, and through some conversation that she had with Bella, Bella had mentioned that her sister can't have coconuts, and that she does have coconuts, that she won't be able to see her anymore. So
Oof.
that really stood out to my daughter, and she thought that was kind of sad that she, had thought that in her little mind, but
Possibly
Yeah.
someone had told her if she has an allergic reaction to it
Yes.
that they could
Yeah.
die or something like
yeah.
that.
So it's probably just so that she would know to, help watch out so
Yeah.
that she doesn't eat the wrong foods. But then, eventually Bella settled down and went to sleep. Another strange thing was that Chris, when she got there, Chris ordered pizza and said the girls have already had all their medications, because my daughter was a little worried, like, am I going to have to give them medications at certain times? Am I going to have to give them nebulizer treatments because they have asthma? So she was worried about the medications and giving them the right medications. But he said, no, they're all good. I gave them their medications. You just have to feed them and put them to bed. They were already in their pajamas. Chris didn't leave his phone number with her, and she didn't leave her phone number with him. It wasn't like a conversation, and he didn't contact Jeremy or any of us to ask how the girls were doing. But Shanann, who was in Arizona, contacted our daughter to check on the girls and asked her to send pictures of them.
So Shanann must have known that he was at the game.
Yeah, she
Just
knew.
not
Yeah,
with
she knew that she was babysitting and that he was at the game. But she was the one that was checking in on how things were going with the girls, not Chris.
But that's kind of still par for the course, right?
Yeah.
Because she was always the one that was going to make sure everything was in order and detail.
Yeah.
So again, probably not too out of the ordinary for their lifestyle.
Yeah, but I guess he assumed if there was some sort of emergency that she would just contact me, because I was, at home right down the street.
Right.
So
Right.
So after your guys' party, then we know that fateful night, right? So I want to go through when you first heard about it. I mean, obviously you're at this party, they're there, the girls are there, he's there, the girls are with him. You go to bed that evening. Was it the next morning, right?
That we found out?
Yeah,
the next
No, it was the
evening,
next night.
Yeah.
the next night.
I was sitting on the couch. I came home from work, watching TV, looking at Facebook on my phone, and I noticed that there was a post that the girls were missing,
Oh my God.
all three of them. And I kind of looked at it, and then I'm like, okay, that, right? My mindset is not that this is the family that something would happen to. And I had seen it again, and I looked over at her and I said, I think Shanann and the girls are missing. And I don't know what that means. So I'm going to text Chris.
Right.
And I texted him
And this is the next night.
Yes.
next night.
So the way the
So yeah, so they're saying it's the next night. So Monday night, right? So yeah. The barbecue was on Sunday. They're talking about Monday night. So that's when Jeremy found through Facebook that Shanann was missing. And they're like, huh? Missing? I don't think she would be missing, right? Again, a lot of preconceived ideas about what the family is and isn't. Yeah. I think the way that we are conditioned is pretty, it can be definitely harmful, right? Again, you see the family, they're missing, but most people are like, oh, she's not really missing.
story goes is that the friend who dropped her off at, I think it was 1:48 a.m., they just come back from a conference. She had missed an OBGYN appointment, and the friend was actually who called the police
Yep.
and called Chris as
Right.
well.
Yep.
Which is interesting because we've discussed this case before as we were kind of preparing, and we both were kind of like, who really follows up that quickly? I mean,
Right.
I don't think we would have, but obviously a good friend of hers, probably knowing that the type A personality, if they didn't answer that first time, then
Yep.
something's going on.
Yep.
So that was kind of the initial setup that was going on, but you guys didn't know any of that was
No.
taking place.
No.
But after
I
you
knew
saw
she
it,
was getting home in
Yeah.
those 2 days, right? Like,
yeah.
we knew that much.
When you guys heard that part of the story, was that shocking at all for you? Knowing that the neighbor would be like, "Hey, she didn't answer this text. She missed OBGYN appointment."
Well, my instant reaction is, how does somebody's friend know that they missed a doctor's appointment? Nobody's doctor ever called me because one of my buddies missed an appointment, right?
Right.
That's my mindset of things. What they talked about in Arizona or what they did in Arizona or a conversation from the airport, I don't know any of that, right?
Yeah.
Huh? How did a friend know that she missed her appointment? I mean, because you're friends, right? Because you're talking about it, because your friend is pregnant and she's supposed to go get checked at the doctor's office. I mean, that's how I would know, right? Again, I don't know. I think the logic here is a little flawed, right? He's like, oh, no one's ever called me when my friends miss an appointment. Well, yeah, of course not. No one called Nicole Atkinson to tell her that Shanann missed her appointment. It's just that she was such a close friend that she knew, right? She had been already talking to Shanann the night prior. They were in Arizona together. So of course she's gonna know that she's supposed to be at a medical appointment the next day. So that's why she knows. Right. But oh man, again, God. It's just the way that people think, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Aw, Dave, I need to leave, but I can't stop watching. Aw. Aw, it's okay, Dave. We'll miss you. You can always come back. We might still be here. All right, let's continue.
Who knows if there wasn't a conversation that was like, hey, if you don't hear from me, right? Like, I don't know. Now that everything I know later brings me back to some of this,
Right.
which is all speculation in my head, right? But when I followed this through, and I'm like, there's no way he did anything. Who calls the cops after dropping somebody off at 2 a.m. or whatever at 10 a.m. because they missed a doctor's appointment?
Yeah.
Like, nobody's doctor calls that somebody else to say, hey, your friend missed an appointment.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? That's my brain.
Yeah, no, I kind of went down that road too. And then what is interesting is, but we're talking
He doesn't have real friends. I think that's the issue here, right? I don't think poor Jeremy, he just doesn't know what real friendship is. He's never had any real friends that care about him. If he went missing and he needed to be at an appointment, none of his friends would know. But I'm pretty sure his wife's friends would know, right? I'm pretty sure that his wife has friends and they know when she's missing an appointment. I don't know. It's so crazy. I don't know. Again, it's crazy that people will come up with all kinds of other ridiculous excuses rather than believe that the man standing in front of you did it. Again, right? The mental gymnastics that one has to put themselves through, right? A lot of um just cognitive, oh god, what is the word? Cognitive dissonance, right? It seems like they're just coming up with all kinds of ridiculous things. "Oh, that's kinda weird, like, who called a friend? I don't think he did anything because I don't know." It's more believable that he did it rather than, coming up with all kinds of little circus acts, as to who did what and why did this happen at this time. Again, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just jaded. Maybe I'm just like, "Oh, no, the guy did it." Rather than thinking about the friend. "Oh, who called the friend?" Ugh, come on, really? The friend just knows because that's her friend. I don't know, what do you guys think? I think he's saying that if you get in at 2 AM, it's understandable that you may miss a doctor's appointment, but he didn't know about her going to the house in shoes and car. Okay, I mean, sure, right? Maybe it might be understandable that you miss a doctor's appointment if you show up at 2 AM, but again, she's pregnant, right? So she's gonna have to make her doctor's appointment anyway. I don't know, I'm still having trouble understanding his logic here. And it was going to give her a ride and watch the kids. And then, yeah, that's the other thing too is Nicole Atkinson gave her a ride, dropped her off, and then she knows that her friend texts her first thing in the morning and she didn't hear from her. I think too, right? If I had a friend who texts me every single day, every single morning, we work together, she's pregnant, she's supposed to make it to her doctor's appointment, and then I don't hear from her at all day, I would call the police. It's just something that you would do, especially when it's your pregnant friend and two girls that are missing. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys let me know. Am I being too harsh here with my analysis of Jeremy? I mean, like I said, I'm giving the guy credit where credit is due. But it's always when people make excuses for Chris or they say, "Oh, I just didn't think he was capable." That to me is so crazy because how? How do people not think he was capable? What is it about him that makes people think he's not capable? What, he looks like Mother Teresa? Like, no, he doesn't. He looks like an evil POS to me. Again, that's just me. Maybe it's just me. Again, maybe I'm just jaded. Let's continue.
Now this is like noon. The police have showed up. They're talking about, but then it hits the airwaves that night.
Well, and at the end of the day, good for her, right?
Right.
Good for her
Oh,
for having the
absolutely.
wherewithal to know that something's
Yeah,
wrong.
something's
Right.
wrong.
Because we knew them and we were close to them and we didn't speculate anything
Yeah.
would ever be wrong.
Yeah.
But so good for her, right?
But you then hear this information how and when?
On Facebook at about 8:30 at night, and I looked at her and I said, I'm texting Chris, hey, is everything okay?
What was the initial message that you saw?
On
That
Facebook?
said, yeah. Did
Was
it
that
say
the girls were missing, help find my girls.
From Shanann's mom.
Right,
from Shanann's mom?
Yep.
Okay.
right.
And
And I was like, I'm texting Chris, hey, is everything okay, right? And he texts me back, oh, I'm sick to my stomach, blah, blah, blah.
Can you give me a timeline on that? About what time that was?
Let's just say 8:30,
Okay.
and about 8:30 and 30 seconds, I
Okay.
texted Chris, but by 8:31, I was already in my car,
Okay.
driving to his house, right? Like, what the hell's going on here? I have flashlights in my car. Who are we going to look for? Or did they go on a walk because they have a pool in their area? Did they go to use the bathroom in the pool because the girls had to go to the bathroom? Did they get stuck in a bathroom? I'm not leaving.
Or maybe Chris killed them, right? That's the more likely possibility is that he killed them. He made them disappear. Again, mm, mm. I'm so glad that Shanann had the friends that she had because they're the only ones with any brains, it seems like. Is this is this just a guy thing? I don't want to offend any of the men in our chat, but do you guys just not communicate with your guy friends this way? Right? To me, I don't know. When it comes to women, we tell each other almost everything. And that is how we look out for one another, but it seems like guys just don't do that. Every single one of Chris's friends that have been interviewed, they all say the same generic thing, right? Oh, it's kind of weird that Shanann this. Oh, I didn't really ask him about his personal life because that's not my business. And it's like, how are you calling yourself a friend when you don't know anything about your friend's life? Then you're not a friend. You're not a buddy. That's literally just an acquaintance or a coworker. But it seems like, yeah, guys just don't really connect with other men in the same way that women do. Is this what's going on here? It's just like I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. In a situation like this, I would have texted her to make sure she was okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The host looks like Kenny Denny Rogers. Yes. Yes, yes. Yeah, guys talk about cars, football, and beer. Right. Exactly. There's way more things to talk about than football and beer. All right. And cars that go around. There's way more to discuss. Yeah, get to know your buddies, right? Get to know your pal. Ask him, hey, how are you doing, man? How's the family? Are you doing okay? How's the relationship? It's not, God, it's still guyish to care about people. You can still be a guy and care about your friend and ask questions. Again, I think it's just the culture. I think it's a cultural thing. I think culturally we need to change these things, right? It'll be better for everyone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lotus, but yeah, I do appreciate hearing the male's perspective on this case. Yeah, it's very telling, isn't it? It's very eye opening. I will say, I mean, it gives us a different view of the case, right? When they interview Chris's guy friends, it gives you a different perspective of how people saw the couple. It's really, really interesting.
Leaving them overnight, stuck somewhere.
Oh, Gary, that's so sweet. See, that's nice. Yeah, I always check on my boys. That's what you should do. Yeah, check on your boys, right? Check on your buddies. Yeah, I mean, I'm a woman though, right? But I check on my buddies all the time, on all of my friends, all my guy friends, right? I was in two military branches. I was in the Marines and the Coast Guard. So I have a lot of guy friends. I check in on them all the time. I'm like, yo, hey, what's up? I haven't talked to you in a while. How are you doing? Right? When is the Marine Corps birthday? When it's Veterans Day? When it's any type of day, I'll send them a text message and I'm like, hey, haven't talked in a while. How are you doing? Right? Asking them how their day is, asking them how, like, what's their life like? Let's talk. But I don't know. I really wish this was more prevalent or, that it was more, normalized with, among men. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? That was my
That was the initial
let's
thought.
go, right? And so I went over to the house. His door's wide open. He's on the phone with somebody. I go in the house and I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's like, I don't know. I don't know where they went. Her said she was going to maybe stay at a friend's house. Like, oh, I got all the bullshit.
Okay, I wanna stop you right there though. And again, this is in hindsight.
Yep.
You see Chris at the party, and even before.
Yep.
Was there anything different about that engagement?
No.
Okay.
Nope. When I went into the house, I'm sitting at his table. He's on the phone with someone, and it's like, where the hell are they? I'm like, hey, where do we go? Where do we go look? What do we do? And he says, oh, the cops told me to stay here. I don't know what I'm looking for. They told me just to go to bed and we'll do this tomorrow and whatever, right? He was just saying things, and I'm just like, okay, I don't want to push him too far. I don't want to bug him. I don't want to not be supportive by it.
Yeah, see, it's a here again. I don't want to push him too far. Like, what's up with this? Yeah, Gary and Dave, you guys are amazing, right? Yeah, of course. It's not about being up your friend's ass, right? Or being nosy and being annoying. It's not even about that. It's really just about just checking, right? Just check on your friend, know some of their intimate details. Of course, you don't have to be up their booty hole constantly, right? But knowing a few intimate details about your friend, I mean, that's what creates a solid bond and a solid friendship. That's how you know that you can trust these people. This is, the friendships that these men had with Chris. I get the sense that it was very surface level. They didn't actually connect on a deeper level. Of course not, because they would have known that Chris was not happy. They would have known that he is faking it. But it seems that they didn't get close enough to Chris in that way to really know him on a deeper level. And not that Chris even had a personality to begin with. So what was Chris going to show them anyway, right? He couldn't show anything. The thing is, you can't really be friends with someone like Chris because he's dead inside. He's an NPC. He's a robot. He doesn't have any actual, original thought. You can't have a conversation with Chris. What is he going to talk about? My car goes wrong. I work at the Ford dealership and I use my tools. I gotta jimmy it with a screwdriver. Like, what else are you gonna talk to Chris about? Mm, let's continue.
Any means. And so maybe 30 minutes goes by or so, and then I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll go home, right? And when I walked out to my truck, my phone rings. Let me back up. While I'm in the house, she's texting my phone. Where's her car? Are the car seats in the car? Where's their medications? Right? All the mother.
So you're thinking about
Yeah.
this.
Because
Yeah.
I'm like, maybe they got into a fight and she left and went back to North Carolina or something along those lines.
Right.
But then he's like, no, all the stuff is here. And that really did not sit well. Because I'm like, okay, so she would have to like get an Uber that had car seats in it and already have medication. Like I'm trying to logically think like, okay, she left and went back to North Carolina. That's where
And you knew her type A personality.
yeah, I'm like, that's totally what must have happened. And she just needed time to cool down. So, but the stuff being there was really, and then to come to find out her purse was there, her wallet was there, her phone was there.
Correct.
So that,
Her
that was
shoes.
really the kicker right there. That
Now, did
something's
you
not right.
relay that information
Yes.
to her? That the
Yeah.
person
So I
phone-
asked him, I said, where's their medication?
Yeah.
Where's their medicine? He said, oh, she has more than enough medication
Yeah.
than we have at the house.
Did you go inside the garage and see the car
No.
with the car seats?
No.
Did he just
I-
told you that?
I didn't want to. I guess in my subconscious did not want me to attack anything,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Nor was I thinking I should. I asked him straight up. I said, is the car in the garage? He said, yes. Car seats? Yes. Where's her phone? It was on the counter. Cops took it. Right? He answered my question,
Yeah.
so I didn't have any reasons to.
And still, your
Whoa.
radar is like, this is the same guy that I've known.
I'm thinking you're the cool, calm-headed guy, and I know her well enough to know that if you try to screw her over, she's taking these kids and she's getting the hell out of here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? Because her personality says so.
Yeah.
And so when he said, well, we got in an argument and she said she was just going to take the kids and go to her friend's house, I'm thinking, okay, that's probably it, right? Because nobody comes home from work and says, hey, by the way, you know your best friends, or not best friends, but your friends, they just killed their family.
But at any
Yeah,
point,
no.
but at any point in your mind, it's like, well, number one, that friend would have to live close.
Right.
And then certainly by then, the cops would have found, they probably would have called every friend that they had.
Sure.
Did you get a call from the police?
I did. So when I left his house, I go out, door shuts. I'm standing on his porch. I look down, there's a dead bird on the floor. And I'm thinking, why is that bird on the ground dead? Right? Doesn't happen.
What? Oh my God. There's a dead bird on the floor?
said, yeah, that's not a sign I'm leaving. Right? Right away, I'm like, yeah, that's not a sign of anything, I'm leaving. And I'm walking to my truck and my phone rings and it's the Frederick Police Department calling my phone. Hey, how's it going? This is, I forget the name, but at Frederick Police Department. Do you know Chris and Shanann? I said, yeah, I'm at his house right now. And he goes, oh, should I call you back? Right out of the gate, should I call you back? Is this a bad time? I said, I'm actually getting in my truck right now. And he's like, oh, okay. You know, we start talking and he just asked a few questions and he goes, hey, I need your email address. And he asked personal information, right? And he's like, I may be contacting you in the next few days if I have any other questions, blah, 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 right?
Do you
And
mind disclosing what questions that they ask?
normal. How do you know them?
Normal.
What's my cell phone number? He called it, but he wanted to write it down. And I asked him, I said, do you guys have her phone? Yeah, we're going through all the phone numbers on our phone and we're just calling them all. I don't have any questions. He didn't have major questions of anything. It was
General information.
just, hey, I just want you to have my phone, or I want to have your phone number. I want to have your email address. We may be calling you. You're at the house right now? Yes. What'd you guys talk about? Nothing. I'm just looking for where these kids are, right? Where Shanann is. And then he's like, okay, well, thanks for talking to me. And that was it.
So nothing about, when did you get there? What are you doing there? How long have you been there?
They weren't investigating anything, right? They were
Yeah.
just going through phone numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, that's the thing is they weren't investigating anything. On the day that they went missing, no one was investigating it as a missing persons case. They were still kind of wondering, like, oh, where is she? She's probably at someone's house. She probably got into a fight with Chris. She'll be back. No one was actually, considering this a missing person or any type of foul play involved. And I think that was their mistake from day one because they allowed Chris to stay in the house and get rid of all the evidence. He can clean up and do whatever he wanted the entire night. Talk to Nicole Kessinger even. And then it was the following day that they were like, oh, it's kind of weird, right? That he gave that sermon on the porch. He's kind of a little suspicious. And then all of a sudden, they started treating him like a suspect. But it wasn't until Wednesday, the 15th. It wasn't until 2 days later when he already had the entire 2 days to clean up the house and move things around and wash the sheets and do all of the things that then made the house squeaky clean. So when the police came back, obviously, what are they going to find? Nothing, because everything's been washed. Oh, God. Again, what the hell? How does a woman that is pregnant and her 2 children go missing for 2 days and no one's treating the house as a crime scene? How did that work? How did that happen? I think that was the biggest failure of the police, in my opinion. They dropped the ball, giving Chris the benefit of the doubt. Yes, Dave. Oh my goodness, yes. Rourke is going to pay for this someday. Oh my God, yes. Right? That is the goal. Let's hope, right? That is the goal. At least that is the goal of my documentary, right? The documentary I'm working on. Yeah, that is the goal. The goal is to show all of the evidence against Nicole Kessinger and why the district attorney chose to ignore all of it. That is the main goal here. But again, right? When we think about the whole case, it's not even just Nicole Kessinger's evidence and the fact that Rourke didn't pursue her. No, it's everything else on top of that. It's treating the house like it's normal. It's just another normal day. Yeah, let's just treat it like this family's going to be back someday. No. No, the house should have been a crime scene from the minute that the police got there and they saw that Shanann wasn't there. They should have never allowed Chris to go into the house by himself. Ugh. But again, right? I'm not the chief of police. I was not making these choices, but had it been me, I would have said, fuck no. Do not let that guy go into the house. Treat it like a fucking crime scene that it is, because that's what it was. Oh, God. Anyway. All right, I'm getting a little heated here. I just get heated with the way that the police conducted this investigation. Oh, man. Of course, there are 2 agents that get all of the praise, Coder and Tammy Lee, but apart from them, everyone else kind of sucked. Anyway, let's continue.
I think at that point they didn't even know what they were up against or looking for.
One would think that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you would think that anytime something like that happens, the first thing you do is everybody's a suspect, I would think.
Sure,
And
sure.
because I want to get to that a little bit later, too. I want to
Yeah.
talk to you a little bit about what
Holy shit, yes! Everyone should be a suspect. Everyone. I think, I know it's going to sound messed up, but had they conducted that whole thing, the whole investigation, like a missing person, right off the bat, they should have taken everyone in for questioning, even Nicole Atkinson, right? She's the first one there. So Nicole Atkinson, question everyone, and then do not let the potato head go into the house. I mean, come on, come on. How Again, how does a woman who's pregnant with 2 children, she goes missing, she leaves her car, she leaves her keys, her phone, her wallet, the medication, the shoes that she wears every single day, and then you're just gonna leave the man there, right? The husband, who should be the prime suspect, you're just gonna leave him there to spend the night. Who made that call? Goodness. Anyway, let's continue. Ugh.
Your experience was that, and if you felt like you had, there was any type of really questioning of you, like what was your role in this thing?
Right.
So again, you then you hear this news, you go home. What happens after you go home? Are you still texting him?
No. Nope, I didn't text him at all the rest of the night. Went to work the next day.
Are you texting Shanann?
No. Oh, I did text Shanann, and I said, "Hey, where are you?"
Yeah.
And I got nothing back, right? I said, and I'm looking at Facebook, and I'm looking at different things, and I texted her again. I said, "Hey, dude, if you're somewhere, just tell your mom, right? Tell your mom where you're at, because your mom's worried shitless.
Yeah.
Just let her know." Nothing.
Again, right? Here we go again. Thinking that Shanann just left. Hey, dude, wherever you are, I know that you're trying to make Chris angry or whatnot. You're probably in a fight or whatever. But can you at least let your mom know? Because she's worried. Again, right? Come on. What is the most logical thing? Again, right? God. I guess if you live in a bubble and you think that everyone around you is sweet and most people are good, then yeah, you're gonna think she's probably just trying to make Chris angry. But if you live in reality, right? If you live on Earth and if you follow true crime and if you're into statistics, right? The husband did it. Right? The husband is the most likely culprit here. If the family is missing, guess who is the suspect? The husband, right? Husband goes missing or he's dead. Guess who's the suspect? The wife. It happens every single time. I mean, who was the prime suspect when Jorge Torres was found in the suitcase? The girlfriend. Who was the primary suspect when Eric Richens was found murdered, right? Or he died suddenly, right? The wife. Hello. Are these cops just newbies? Was this their first week on the job for everyone, including Rourke, right? Rourke is like, "Oh my god, I got elected? I won? I don't even know how to do my job, but I won." Right? Is that what happened? Come on. A bunch of noobs.
And
Amateurs. Fuck.
there was things that would happen, like, because the cops had certain things like on Facebook and stuff like that, they had access to her account and everything. You would see where it looked like she was going to respond to something, but then no responses. Like when you text somebody and they text you back, if you have an iPhone, it shows a little cloud that they're typing.
Right.
There was different things where it shows that the messages were read, not from my phone, but from Facebook. Because I messaged her on Facebook.
What?
And I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Do you guys mind opening up this for just a second? But you get home that night after talking to him and so on and so forth. Do you mind telling me what your guys' conversation was?
Okay, he was talking about the messages on Facebook and like, things that you're seeing when you're texting and whatnot. Was that only on Facebook? Or was that via phone as well? Here, I'm gonna go ahead and just rewind that really quickly. I don't know. I thought it was interesting.
Shows that the messages were read, not from certain things like on Facebook and stuff like that. They had access to her account and everything. You would see where it looked like she was going to respond to something, but then no responses. Like when you text somebody and they text you back, if you have an iPhone, it shows a little cloud that they're typing.
Right.
There was different things where it shows that the messages were read.
What?
Not from my phone, but from Facebook. Because I messaged her on Facebook, and I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Do you guys mind?
Was someone Did I hear this correctly? You guys please correct me if I'm wrong, but what? To me, it sounded like Jeremy just said that it seemed like someone was in Shanann's Facebook. Is that what he said? What? Was someone in her Facebook page pretending to be her?
But then no responses. Like when you text somebody and they text you back, if you have an iPhone, it shows a little cloud that they're typing.
Right.
There was different things where it shows that the messages were read. Not from my phone, but from Facebook. Because I messaged her on Facebook, and I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Do you guys mind opening up this?
No one investigated this? What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, so Jeremy is trying to get a hold of Shanann on the day that she's missing, and he's saying that it seems like someone was on her Facebook trying to answer and then just stopped. Okay, Nicole Kessinger couldn't get into Shanann's phone, allegedly, right? In my opinion, because the password was changed. So that means that she couldn't access the text messages. But I do wonder now, what about the iPad? Where was she connected? What the No way. Does that mean that she was trying to access Shanann's Facebook page from maybe the iPad? I've always wondered about the iPad. What happened to the iPad? The iPad was not found. It was found later, and in the discovery, it says that it was returned to Shanann's family, right? So the iPad and the Apple Watch. Holy shit! This is huge. Or, oh yeah, boops, Chris was reading them on the iPad, maybe? Wait, but at what time? Wasn't Chris at work during this time? What the hell? Holy shit. Okay, this needs to go in this needs to go in the calendar. What the hell? Okay, let's listen to that again. I'm trying to get a time. Let's see if we can get a time of when Jeremy says that he was trying to get a hold of Shanann via Facebook.
Because the cops had certain things like on Facebook and stuff like that, they had access to her account the rest of the night. Went to work the next day.
Are you texting Shanann?
No? Oh, I did text Shanann. And I said, hey, where are you?
Yeah.
And I got nothing back, right?
Okay, so then he texted Shanann that night, right? Do we agree that it was that night? Okay, because Jeremy said that he didn't know Shanann was missing until Monday night. So that means that he texted her Monday night. So it's possible that Chris already had Shanann's access, right? The logins to Facebook. Maybe he's the one trying to get back at Jeremy. What? That is so crazy. She probably never logged out so easy. And then, okay, remember that Nicole Kessinger also told Chris to delete his Facebook. And then the best way to delete it is to send an email to Mark Zuckerberg directly, right? Hello, Mr. Mark. I don't want my Facebook no more. Can you please delete it for me? Right? As if Zuckerberg is going to get the email and be like, oh, okay, sir. Yeah, let me go ahead and personally delete it for you. But now we're talking about Facebook for Shanann. So if Chris had already deleted his Facebook, which, it's right here, he deleted it on Wednesday the 8th. Okay, and then there's activity from her Facebook on the 13th at night. What in the world? Okay, we need to put this in there. I don't know where to put it though. Should we put it in here at 8 p.m. and just put a little asterisk right next to it? Crazy, right? Okay, so someone, let's just go ahead and put someone was on Shanann's Facebook. Or let's do Shanann Facebook activity. So we're going to put Shanann Facebook activity. We're going to put it in purple because it shows that something was going on with Shanann's stuff. Okay, so look at this, right? So anytime there's purple, it's about Shanann. Okay, so iPad router. Okay, let's look at this very carefully. And you know what? I'm going to make it into a bigger screen so you guys can see it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Shanann's iPad logs into the router at 4:30 in the morning. Then how you doing, honey? Text, right? This is from Cassie at 8 a.m. It did not get received because the phone was already off. The other one is Nicole Atkinson sent, how are you? At 8:43. It's off. The doctor calls Shanann at 10 a.m. Shanann's phone receives the text messages at 2:14. And then we don't see any purple at all for the rest of the day, right? Until Jeremy mentions that there was Facebook activity when he found out that she was missing. So, if we're looking at it in the calendar, it's not likely that it was Nicole Kessinger then, right? Because Nicole Kessinger would have had to have the iPad with her on her person to be able to pretend to be Shanann. So it's more possible that it was Chris on her Facebook account, right? Because look at this. At 7, he gets a calendar notice that he has dinner with Shanann at, so ridiculous. Look, at 6:52, he's saying, I'm praying so hard. So ridiculous. No, he wasn't. Of course, he was praying for himself, maybe, and praying for Nicole Kessinger not to get caught. But then the other thing that we see is Facebook activity, and then Dave. There we go. The friend's name is Dave. Dave visits Chris Watts at around 9 or 9:30. Why wouldn't she have the iPad? So does that mean that she took the iPad? Did she take the iPad with her? I don't think she would have done that, right? I don't know. I think it's a little risky if she took the iPad with her. I mean, if she took it to work, if she took the iPad with her to her house, it would be pinging at her house. It would be connecting to her router. It would be connecting to wherever she is. If she was at work at Anadarko, it would also be connecting to that router unless she was smart enough to turn it off. And then she brought it home with her. But still, so I think it's more likely that it was Chris, right? She's sitting in the basement on the iPad. Okay, question for you guys. Let's go ahead and just put this into a poll because this is fucking crazy. Holy shit. I was not expecting this to come up. Okay, we're gonna end the last poll. Thank you guys. 115 votes. Why was the house dirty? He didn't care anymore. Is the winner 48%. NK and Chris Watts made the mess. Twister time is 4%. And looking for things 32. I think it's a combination of one and last, right? One and D, A and D. All right, let's go ahead and end this poll. Holy shit, this is so fucking crazy. Okay, what do we think about this part? Who do we think had the iPad? That's just gonna be the question. Who do we think accessed Shanann's Facebook? That is so crazy. Oh my god. I mean, that's ballsy, isn't it? It's fucking ballsy to murder your wife and then go on her Facebook and pretend to be her. Holy hell. Who do we think was on Shanann's Facebook? All right, so Twistifer. I mean, it's really just two options. There really isn't any other option that I can add. Or is it, do I have to add a third option? That's kind of crazy. Why? Okay, then let's go ahead and add a third. It gives me a third option. I need to add a third option. All right. Who do we think was on Shanann's Facebook? Twisterfer, Nikki K, or Sasquatch? And by Sasquatch, if if you think it's Nikki K and it's both, then go ahead and vote for both. Nikki K is the human version, and Sasquatch is when she turns into a monster, right? She's like, is when she's trying to disguise herself. Except we always catch her when she's wearing her brown bikini. Nobody else wears those. Only Nicole Kessinger. Her mother probably had her Facebook password right. Oh, that's a good point, Alexia. I didn't even think of that. Could it have been her mom? That's a good one. That's a good one. I don't know. Could it have been Sandy, right? Shanann's mom that was on her Facebook? Maybe. My mom would never know any of my passwords, but that's because I'm not close to her like that. But I know that Shanann was close to her mom, so it's possible. It's possible. He does trail. Yes. Yeah, he does. Coder asks about the iPad on Tuesday. And notice Chris gets really weird about it, right? I made a whole episode on the iPad because it was strange the way that he talks about it. It's weird. He's definitely lying about it. There's something surrounding the line of questioning around the iPad that he doesn't want to talk about. Hmm. All right, we'll leave up this question. Let's go ahead and continue. Our live stream is going to go on for another hour at least because this I don't want to stop it because there's a lot of interesting information, so it's just going to go on. You guys can hang out. Yeah. It's going to be a longer live stream, guys.
I said, and I'm looking at Facebook and I'm looking at different things, and I texted her again. I said, "Hey, dude, if you're somewhere, just tell your mom, right? Tell your mom where you're at, because your mom's worried shitless.
Yeah.
Just let her know." Nothing. And there was things that would happen, like because the cops had certain things like on Facebook and stuff like that, they had access to her account and everything. You would see where it looked like she was going to respond to something, but then no responses. Like when you text somebody and they text you back, if you have an iPhone, it shows a little cloud that they're typing.
Right.
I don't know. See, it's still a little suspicious. I think that if it was still Sandy, if it was Shanann's mom on her Facebook, I think that she wouldn't. I mean, she wouldn't just be, again, I don't know, right? But I'm trying to put myself in her shoes. I wouldn't just be messing around in the Facebook. I would be posting things like, "Hey, this is Sandy. I'm on Shanann's Facebook. Let me know if you have any information on my daughter," something like that, right? But I wouldn't just be lurking. That's not something I would do. I wouldn't just be all up in my daughter's Facebook, right? And just lurking and seeing people are asking, "Hey, how are you?" and not say anything. Right? I don't know. You guys let me know. That's just me.
There was different things where it shows that the messages were read.
Exactly.
Not from my phone, but from Facebook.
Jerry, exactly, right? Sandy would respond as Sandy. I think so too. I think so too. I think she would have said, "Hey, this is Sandy." I don't think she would have just been all up into Facebook and making people even more worried, right? I think so too. Exactly, Ratitude. Yeah, Sandy would not have deleted posts from Shanann. Huh. Yeah, all of it is so sketchy. I don't think it was the mom. I really don't think it was her.
Facebook, because I messaged her on Facebook, and I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Do you guys mind opening up this for just a second? But you get home that night after talking to him and so on and so forth. Do you mind telling me what your guys' conversation was?
Essentially, it was the conversation of, I was at the house. Yes, her phone was there, which she knew most of that. The cops called me on the way home. They just wanted to ask me if I knew the family and that I was there, right? Like, I don't know all the details of all that part, but then it was like, where the hell did they go? And both of us
Yeah.
look at each other and it's like, she left,
Yeah.
right? She left with the kids.
Well,
Like,
and you also found out kind of an important piece of information while you were over there as I'm grilling him with questions when he comes home.
That's
like,
what I want to know. Were
yeah.
you like ramping up questions?
Yeah, because I'm like trying to make sense of all this, and he mentioned that Chris said that they were having marital problems, and that was the last time that we saw them all in person together. She was newly pregnant. They were excited. Never heard of any marital problems. So he said, yeah, they've been having disagreements and whatnot. So immediately I thought, okay, she left. She took the girls, she left. They're having issues.
You were 100% convinced in your mind that they just left.
Well, that's what I was trying to convince myself of, but the whole piece of the phone, the car seats, the medication, like my mind couldn't reconcile that part of those things being gone.
Yeah, she's thinking logically here, right? I think that in her mind, I think for her, she was really not trying to go there, right? I think that for her, because she wanted that peace of mind, she didn't want to think that one of her friends just, was taken out, right? Was murdered. Rather than think that way, she kind of starts to think, oh, I don't know. Well, maybe she did leave, right? But she is thinking about the logical thing, right? Well, why did she leave all her stuff behind though? Right. So for her, I do sense that she's kind of, she's on the fence, but it's only because she wants to be okay mentally. For him, though, for Jeremy, I think he really does think that Chris is innocent. He's just like, oh, I don't know. He would never. He would never. It's more likely that Shanann would just up and leave and not tell anyone than for Chris to murder her. And she's like, I don't know. I want to believe that, but it's kind of weird though that she has all of her stuff in the house and she didn't take it with her, right? So there's that doubt there that she has in her mind. Wow. Yeah, she was hoping for the best. Yeah, exactly, Jerry. Yeah, she was hoping for the best.
So I'm like, okay, Shanann's really, really smart. She's really organized. So maybe she left that phone and she got a new phone. Like I start thinking about, movie type stuff. Like,
But you went through a lot of scenarios
Yeah.
of which her being murdered by her husband was not one of them.
no, yeah, absolutely. Like that. And then one that even went through my head at some point was maybe their problems were really bad and maybe she took her life and the girls. Like maybe it was a murder suicide that way. That was like the worst case scenario in my head. Like maybe they had such a bad fight and there was going to be a custody and she was pregnant, she was stressed out, she just couldn't handle it anymore. Like that was my worst case scenario.
Which is what is so interesting to me because obviously we know the
She was
Ah, I'm speechless. I have no words. This is fucking crazy. Mm. I really have no words right now. It's shit. It's crazy to think that Shanann would unalive herself or my god. How much of a saint do these people think that Chris was? That Shanann would unalive her children and then herself rather than believe that it was Chris who did something to them. That is what I'm just so annoyed right now. I'm just so really fucking annoyed right now. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I'm so fucking just, oh, God. Ugh. I'm pissed. Come on, really? Holy shit. I'm like, holy crap. I'm so annoyed right now. I am, oh, God. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say, you guys. You guys help me out. You guys say something. Cheer me up, because uh I'm disgusted. I'm shocked. I'm speechless. I'm annoyed. I'm all kinds of things. I'm trying to pull up something here. I'm just trying to find one thing, right? Just one thing. Here we go. Here, let's just go. I'm just gonna pull up a photo. Okay. Okay. What about this face? Here, let's just go ahead and zoom in some more. I'm so fucking pissed right now. What about this face tells you that he's a fucking angel? What about this face tells you, oh, he's incapable of hurting his family? Maybe Shanann did it. Maybe she did it to herself. Maybe the problems were so terrible that this angel had to, get left behind. What about him makes people think that he's an angel? Please, somebody explain this to me. What the hell is wrong with people? What? Please, somebody help me. Help me. Someone here. Okay, here. I got to pull up another photo. Let's just go ahead and pull up another photo because what the fuck? Oh, God. Is it because he's smiling? What is it? I really want to understand. Please, somebody help me understand. Is it his smile? Right? Is it his smile? What about him is so good that people are just like, there's no way. I'm actually more likely to believe that Shanann did something to herself and her babies than for this monster to have done something to them, because look at his face. He's just so angelic. I mean, oh my goodness. He looks so sweet. Look at how sweet he is. Look at his face. Who looks at this guy and says, oh, yeah, there's no way he did anything to his family? Ugh. Yes, exactly. The answer is in the chat, right? It's just misogyny, right? It's misogynistic views about women and the way that they view Shanann. Oh my God, look, his head just keeps going. I'm like, oh my God. It was like this, and then it's just like, and just keeps going. It just keeps going. Look at that. Yeah, right. It's this belief, the belief that because this woman was so type A, right? Oh, she's OCD, she's crazy, she's hysterical, she's bossy. She must have done something to her kids, not him. Not the big potato head with the nice smile. Right? Oh, his face. Oh, just look at him. He's an angel. Come on. Are we fucking serious right now? Come on. That was the worst case scenario? How is that the worst case scenario? Again, I think most people just live under rocks, right? I think most people live in a bubble where everything is just great. Everything is just rainbows and butterflies. Okay. And this is why I think I'm jaded, because I would have never thought this. I would have never in a million years think that she unalived herself and then it wasn't her husband. I mean, come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I'm really, really upset right now. I can't believe this was said. Oh God, the worst case scenario, really?
Pregnant, she was stressed out, she just couldn't handle it anymore. Like, that was my worst case scenario.
Which is what is so interesting to me, because obviously we know the outcome of the story, but that didn't cross your mind.
No.
Never.
And then as time started going on, and he started doing interviews, and he started becoming a suspect in the media.
Well, so I want to get to that. So
Yeah, because we have eyes.
he comes home. That's that. You guys have this conversation.
He started becoming a suspect in the media. Yeah, because we have eyeballs. We all have eyeballs. How is it that all of us, the rest of the world, saw that he was a monster, but the friends didn't?
Station of trying to really figure out what might happen or might
Yeah.
have happened, and you probably were trying to even be helpful, like, okay, what can we do
Right.
Oh yeah,
to do what
absolutely.
we've got to do to help find them. Um, Tell me when the next basic communication happened where you found out information that
So
he was doing these
Tuesday.
interviews or
Yeah,
whatever.
the following day.
So Tuesday,
Okay.
the Colorado Bureau of Investigations came to our house,
Okay.
and they had called previously, and they said, "Hey, we want to come talk to you. We want to come talk to your daughter." They're trying to put together. She babysat, right?
Yeah, they're just trying to, get together the timeline.
They're trying to put their
Gary. Oh, Gary, thank you so much for making me laugh. I bet you don't like him as much as you did at the beginning of this live stream, Rocks. Oh man, Gary, you're right. Yeah, you're right. See how quickly I changed my mind. And the thing is, right? Like I'm fair. I want to give people a fair shot, right? I want to give people the benefit of the doubt, just like I did with Cindy Twats and Ronnie Twats and Nikki Kessinger, right? I gave them the benefit of the doubt. Then they betrayed me, right? Then they do all of these things that make me think otherwise. And this is what this couple is doing too. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, okay, these are reasonable people. They think logically, right? Like us. They have common sense. No. No. We're 42 minutes into the conversation, and towards the end, they're like, "Oh, actually, let me tell you what I actually really thought." Yeah, let me tell you. Worst case scenario, she did something. Uh, how?
timeline together.
But
Yeah, Tommy's girl. I think we all do at this point. We all need a shot. I think we all should just right? Because holy moly! I don't think I've ever cursed this many times in a live stream. Mm. Jeez.
you
Your
guys would
daughter
have had to have,
babysat.
but you guys would have had to have been on the top of that list because if she had all these multi-level
100%,
people,
because
you
we
guys
were
had to
the
be
last
close.
people to be with him.
Did they know that already?
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, yes, because my conversation was my daughter babysat the kids
Okay.
the night before. They were at our house for the birthday party. Right now, they're missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally, Gary. I agree. It's not bad to want to see the best in people, but I mean, it's bad when you're ignoring all of the obvious red flags, right? Yeah, right? Same here. I give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, "Okay, you're not a serial killer," right? I'm like, "All right, let's go ahead. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You're not going to murder me," right? But when you start seeing red flags and you ignore them all, like for Chris Watts, for example, he gave that whole sermon on the porch. It was so obvious that he's lying and that he's being weird. You're going to ignore all of that so that you can keep believing the best in Chris. I mean, that is absolutely insane. Okay. That is the definition of insanity. If you don't believe your own eyes, you are brainwashed.
Right.
Okay.
Her mindset was, why the fuck did he do that to us? I mean, I guess that's later in life, later in conversation, but why this nutshell to bring us into this bubble?
Right.
But so Tuesday, the CBI comes over. We sat with one in our living room, and the other one was like, "Hey, I want to go talk to your daughter in a different room, close."
Exactly, Scott. Yeah, didn't they see the porch laughter and giggles? Yeah, they saw all of those things. But Jeremy admitted it in the beginning of the interview. He said, when you live in a bubble and you don't want to believe these things, you just don't see them. So yeah, they admitted to being in a bubble. So in that case, yeah, I do give them credit. They admitted that they were in the wrong the whole time. But again, like how? How? How are you that wrong, right? That's my question. Tiffany, I was going back and forth earlier with someone who said that Shanann didn't have lupus, and another said that there was a case involving Shanann and CPS. Oh my God. Yeah, Tiffany, I don't talk to insane people, right? Yeah, the best way to stay sane is just don't talk to twatters. The twatters have all kinds of ridiculous theories, right? They're not even theories. I don't know. They're just, I think, hallucinations, right? They're hallucinations. That's what they have. They don't have real theories because they don't look at evidence. They just have hallucinations based on what they see in Shanann's live streams. These people are just crazy. That's why I don't talk to those crazy people.
Closed door about the night of babysitting, right? And we're like, okay, that's fine, right? We're trying to help. Prior to them showing up, somebody else showed up because they needed pictures of what the kids were wearing. And she had pictures of when she babysat the kids, what they were wearing, what they go to sleep with.
Wait, hold on. Did his drink get fuller? Is it just me or didn't he drink some more or I'm just wondering. I'm like, "Huh? What's going on here? Who filled his drink? Didn't he have less?" Anyway, off topic. Let's continue.
What they wake up with. Like they were detailing 3 nights ahead of the birthday party night, right?
Yeah, they're looking for missing persons.
Uh-huh.
Because I know in some of the research that we've done, the police actually even showed him a picture of a woman and 2 kids in a Walmart, and they were asking if those were his kids. Now, I think there were some other psychological things they may have been doing at the time,
Right.
but they were actually at this point still looking for a missing person.
Yeah.
Obviously, you guys are on the top of the list, which
Yeah, exactly, Boops. Nothing gets past us. I'm even looking at their drinks. I'm like, wait a minute. Is this wine from Argentina? Right? I'm like looking at the wine. I'm like, wait, didn't she have white wine earlier? What's happening here? Yeah, I'm looking at this now. I'm like, what? I could have sworn the guy was drinking more, right? I don't want to ruin where we're at, but I'm curious now. I really am. Okay, where are we at? So we're at minute 44:10. I really just want to see this guys real quick. Oh, okay, so it's not me. I'm not going crazy. Who filled his drink? Holy shit. What? This is probably why they're talking nonsense, right? They're probably on their sixth or seventh refill by then. What on earth? What is going on here? I thought I was in the Twilight Zone or some shit. I'm like, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the drink. Look, it's mostly ice cubes. And when we fast forward to minute where we were, look, it's full. The ice cubes are melted and he drank most of his drink. Oh, shit. Here, let's look at Homegirl. What about Home? Yeah, we're looking at something completely different now. See, this is why we're good at what we do. Nothing gets past us. Yeah, look, now she's drinking, right? We're like, okay, how much wine has she had? Let's go ahead and fast forward. Where were we at? 410. You guys remind me because I forget. Oh shit. Fuck. Where were we? Oh crap. Fuck. Where were we? Whatever. This is where we were. Right? Topped in between takes. Yeah. 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 Jeremy's like, damn, dude, it's hot in here. Can I please get a refill? Can I please get a refill of my Bloody Mary? This is my 10th one, by the way. Yeah, and I'm feeling really good. Yeah, we can go on for another 2 hours, guy. Yeah, so could I if I'm getting free refills of my favorite drink. Oh, shit. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and continue. I even lost the spot we were at.
any point in that time were you still just trying to picture what could possibly have happened, or now that you're actually getting questioned by police and we're talking now the bureau
So
stuff?
when CBI came to our house and were talking to us, they kind of said the comment of, there's other people who already have an outcome.
Yeah, his face is getting redder, isn't it? And that's what I thought too, Julie. I'm like, I don't know, is his face getting red? Is it hot in the room? No. No, the dude is just on his fifth refill. Uh, yeah, Nancy. Yeah, hey, they definitely need something to relax. I completely get it. That's why I tell you guys, bring your favorite beverage, bring your favorite, lettuce of some sort, right? If you're into the lettuce, the ganja, right? Whatever you're into, bring it, right? Because holy shit, we talk about some gruesome things here. And this is what I have. I just have my little kitties, right? This is what I bring this and my H2O. Obviously, I'm not gonna be all, plastered while I'm doing this live stream, but you guys can, right? You guys can.
right?
And yeah,
I'm assuming
her family.
her family, right?
They already.
But they probably knew a lot more about what was going on between the two of them than we did, right? So I'm still just, I was a supporter of Chris not doing this, and there's no way in hell that that's what the outcome was.
When they question your daughter, what
No
were
way
they
in
asking
hell,
her?
he says.
about like
He says, there's no way in hell that this man murdered his family. Oh, I mean, come on. Really? There's no way in hell. No way in hell. There's just no way in hell. Mm-mm. No way in hell. Again, right? In hindsight, right? I guess their hindsight is 2020. In retrospect, they're like, oh, he's definitely capable of it. Yeah, because he was.
normal stuff, like, how long have you known them? What was your relationship with them? And then tell us about, just like walk us through your night of when you babysat. Was anything out of the ordinary? Did anything eventful happen?
And what they were wearing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
The
they took
night that she
yeah,
left.
Yeah.
They took pictures of her phone that had pictures of what they were wearing, and they showed her pictures of clothes, right?
Which that would have had to have been pretty intense for your daughter too at the time.
Yeah.
Were you guys talking to her about the disappearance, missing? Was she fully aware of what was going
100%.
on?
Yeah.
And at any moment did she come to either one of you and say, "Mom, I think I know what happened. Dad, I think I know what happened," or was she also under the influence or under the thought process of where do they go? Wonder if they left. Did she ever say anything potentially of the outcome that evolved?
No.
No, yeah, we were all in the same thought process of what is happening? Like, is this even real? Like like none of it seemed real.
Right.
And then their faces start getting plastered all over the news, and it's really like, what is happening?
Well-
Where are they?
Thank you for leading me directly into that. So when you see this news interview that he does,
I feel like this isn't even real right now. It's like a nightmare that I just can't wake up from.
tell me about that.
Oh, we're about to get into it, guys. This is what I was waiting for. I wanted to make sure not to end the live stream. I at least wanted to get through this point. Because holy shit, we still have so much left. But I want them to explain how they watched the sermon on the porch and didn't think that Chris was guilty of something. That's what I want them to explain to me. Please, somebody.
That was weird because since we know Chris, we know that he's not an emotional type of guy. He's very passive. So I know a lot of people were saying, like, he wasn't showing any emotion, like what's wrong with him. And at that point, we kind of just brushed it off as, well, that's Chris. Like, I know his family is missing and this is a crazy time, but he's not the type to be freaking out and showing emotion.
Even when your family is missing? I can't. What, even when your family is missing, you don't show emotion? Because the guy is emotionless all the time? What? What? Oh my God.
So that's kind of what we thought. Like, it kind of looked like he did look a little awkward and
But
odd.
he's a very awkward person.
But that's but that's how he is. And then, but then looking back in hindsight, like watching it again after knowing what happened, like he had really weird body language. He kept chuckling.
Yeah. Yes. The biggest thing here is that the guy was fucking laughing the whole time. That's the biggest giveaway. I mean, screw the fact that he's weird and awkward and quiet and shy and he doesn't show emotion. Screw all of that. What about the fact that he's fucking laughing. He's laughing. He's literally having an entire laugh fest while he's asking for his family's return. How about that? That is what I just can't understand it. But hey, they're explaining it to us. They're saying, well, Chris was just awkward. He's just a big potato. That's just how he acts. He shows no emotion. Even when his family is missing, he shows no emotion. But they're saying, in hindsight, oh, it's kind of weird. His body language was off. He was laughing. Yeah, that shit was weird from the beginning. You don't have to think about it in hindsight. What?
I don't know, he was just really
So
a
after the
little
fact, you
too
noticed,
nonchalant about it.
after the fact, you noticed things that you were like, okay,
Yeah.
I didn't see that before.
Yeah.
Because one of the things,
Yeah, he's a little too nonchalant. Yeah, the whole point here is that he wasn't showing emotion for his family being missing. He was actually doing the opposite. He was trying to stay calm and act like he wasn't a suspect, which is what led me, at least, to think that he was a suspect because he was too chill. He's too calm, he's too relaxed, and he's really more focused on how he perceives himself, right? Or how people perceive him than actually being worried about his family being missing. That was the biggest giveaway, is that he's too nonchalant. Yeah, biting his lip. Yeah, that's another one. Jerry, exactly. The dude's biting his lip. He's saying stupid things like, I just want them to come home. I want them to barrel rush me. Right? He's saying the stupidest things ever. Come on. That was the most obvious thing to me.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people who've done a lot of stuff on this. Dr. Phil was one of them that did a whole presentation with it. And, he was using pronouns instead of the names and a lot of things that make sense kind of in a hindsight 2020 thing. Because it's a big story. It's the unfathomable. And again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys sharing this because there's somebody's going to benefit from this. There's going to be something that comes out that, this stuff does happen and it's real. And, but what is so intriguing is the way you guys have described him, and also even that's Chris. That's the kind of demeanor that he does. I think that's really a fascinating thing. But now you are seeing these things. You have to be hearing from friends that this guy did it.
Oh yeah, well, just reading the comments on the news after his interview, everyone after that interview thought that he did it.
They had him pegged because they had no idea who he was.
Yeah, they didn't know who he was, and we're like, no, like he's.
It still didn't sway you.
It's different when you're inside the bubble.
Correct.
We're like,
Yeah, this is why you shouldn't trust your instincts, right? As a friend. They're saying, well, they didn't know him though. That's why everyone thought he did it. But we knew him, so we didn't think he did it. Yeah, that's because you're brainwashed, right? This is what I said. If you know someone and you ignore all of the red flags that everyone else is seeing, and you're like, oh no, but I know him though, personally, then there's probably something with you, right? There's something wrong with the way that you view this person. Maybe you are not seeing the real person while everyone else is. That is the biggest thing here is, at least they're saying it, right? At least they are admitting that they are in a bubble. Because that's exactly it. And so that's why they're like, oh no, it's so mean that people think he did it. We know him personally. Yeah. But if the rest of the world doesn't know him and they're seeing his mannerisms and it's weird and he's laughing, he's giggling, this is not the normal behavior of any average man whose family and daughters have gone missing. It's just not the baseline for most people. And for them, though, they thought it was normal. How is that possible? How is it possible that they thought it was normal just because he's quiet and he doesn't show emotions? That he's going to be the same when his family is missing. He's also not going to show emotions because he just doesn't show emotion. That's just the guy he is. Wouldn't he be showing more emotion when his family is missing, though? Oh, God.
like
And,
no.
and I had people calling me from where I worked before that also worked with him. Like, what the hell did she do? Right? Everybody was like, not surprised that she would take the kids and run.
Yeah.
not surprised of like just everybody was pointing at her absolutely taking the kids and running.
Yeah.
Like, because nobody would peg him as having the balls, if you will,
Yeah.
to do something that drastic.
So even though you're hearing all this, the comments and everything, you guys still were on the. I mean, she just left.
Okay, so in a way, I mean, I guess I get it, right? I kind of get it. I get it because it's similar to what we're doing, right? It's the fact that this man was so passive, so quiet, such a little wimp, right? Dweeb, all kinds of things. I can say more, but nah. I don't want to end this live stream and then get a message from YouTube saying that I can't, put ads on this video because of the things I'm saying. Whatever. I get it though to an extent, right? Because we're kind of doing the same thing. We know that Chris didn't have the balls to come up with this plan. He's so passive, he's so stupid, he's such an absolute moron that he could not have done this by himself, right? And so, in a way, even his friends are like, yeah, it's kind of weird that he did this because the guy just doesn't have the balls. Everyone saw Chris as a wimp. And so, how can a wimp all of a sudden grow a pair and murder his family? Well, Nicole Kessinger, right? For us, we have a driving force. Who's going to drive the wimp to murder his family? Well, there has to be an external force. And before that, the external force was Cindy and, his family. That didn't work though. And so the other external force that came into Chris's life later on was Nicole Kessinger. And so this is the external force that he needed for him to grow a pair to do the thing that he did. And so, yeah, I kind of get it, right? I kind of understand why they're kind of like, I don't know, I didn't really see it because he just doesn't have the balls. He's a wimp, he's a coward. So, I mean, yeah, I kind of see it. I kind of see it, right? Yeah, he just needed his equal in psychosis. Exactly. Yeah, he just needed an equal psychopath, right? Someone who gave him the drive to do something like this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. It's not that they thought that he was a good guy, that thought that he was a wimp. Yeah, exactly, just Josie. Right. So so then in a way we're all kind of we disagree. Okay, obviously, well, maybe not us, but when it comes to the Chris Watts case, it seems that we all agree on one thing, and that is that Chris is a little bitch, right? That is the one thing that we all agree on. Chris is a wimp. And he couldn't have done this on his own. That is the one thing that we've all come to a consensus on. He is a wimp and he didn't do this on his own, right? And so I think with that understanding, it's kind of hard for people to understand that he would do this without an external force. And that's why we believe that there was an external force. You have the twatters who believe that that external force was Shanann. We, with the evidence that we have, believe that it was Nicole Kessinger who gave him that external force, but he still needed a push. So he couldn't have done it himself. And so at least we all agree that Chris is too much of a wimp to actually have done this himself. Huh. That's crazy, right? I just came to that realization right now. At least we all agree that Chris Watts is wimpy and cowardly.
Because
Yeah.
it's
Still there.
the same thing. There's no way that kid is capable of doing that.
Right.
Like, there's no way. Like,
The kid.
wouldn't smash a fly at a barbecue, right? That was the mentality he carried around.
And the dad.
He
was-
loved those kids. He loved her. He loved his
No, he didn't.
world
No, he didn't.
with them in it, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
He was content, so it seemed.
Content is one thing, right? One thing is being happy, the other one is being content. When you're content, you're not entirely happy. That just means you are complacent. That means content. But okay, what about content, right? So content as in happy, right? Content. Huh. I'm just looking up the word. Yeah, feeling at peace with your situation. I'm content with this simple life. He wasn't content. I mean, he was complacent, I think, right? I think more than anything, it's not that he was happy and enjoying his life being married. I think he was just there. It's just what happened.
Yeah,
with everything, right?
which is just incredibly fascinating. Let's fast forward then to now he's getting arrested. Now what's
So
going through your mind?
Wednesday, we're sitting hanging out with producer Chad. Obviously, everybody probably already knows we're neighbors. But we're sitting outside and just hanging out, and it's kind of a dull hangout, a really dull hangout, because there's a lot of things in the air. Where are these kids? Where are these girls? Like, where is everybody, right? And my daughter gets a text from her friend who lives in a neighborhood. Hey, I think the dad just got put in the police car. I think the dad got this. And we looked at each other like, there's no way. We're not ready to accept anything
like,
other than
no,
she
no.
left.
Oh, God. Again, there is no way. They're not willing to accept anything other than she left. Or in her case, oh, I'm not willing to accept anything other than she unalived herself and the kids because of how terrible everything is. Really? You know, if we're going to talk about statistics as well, we can bring up statistics on unalivings when it comes to women, right? Men commit the most unalivings, right? And they commit unalivings at a higher rate than women do. And so again, it's so absolutely absurd to think this way, right? You're going to go against likelihoods, right? You're going to go ahead and you're going to go against math just so that you can believe that the potato head is innocent. I mean, come on.
Right? That's the only thing that my brain will allow.
Right.
Is that she took the kids, she left, and they're safe. Right? And the news comes on at what, 9, 10 o'clock. We're sitting in bed, we're watching TV, and Chad texts me. He texted me, holy shit, right? Or whatever. He said, what the fuck? And we had just saw it too.
We have breaking new details in just the last few
Holy
minutes.
shit, that
Contact
scared
7
me.
Investigates is learning new details about the case of that missing pregnant mother.
We want to bring in Denver 7 investigative reporter Jace Larson, who's learning from top
That scared me. Did that scare you guys? I'm like, what? Oh, shit. All right, let's continue watching.
sources more about this investigation and the husband's involvement. Jace?
Tonight, we have learned from 2 law enforcement sources who are close to the investigation. They tell me that this husband has confessed to killing his family, and he is now detained.
And it's like, holy shit, he killed him, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, I got the blank stare on my face. I'm not an emotional person. Girls obviously all start crying. She starts crying, they start crying. By the time I get to the door, he's already at my door.
Oh my God. I'm not an emotional person. You know, anger is an emotion. It's just most people don't consider anger an emotion, but it's definitely an emotion. So being emotional doesn't just mean crying. It means anger as well. Anger is an emotion. So just so you guys know.
And he's got whiskey in his hand.
By you guys, I mean him, right? I want him to know that anger is an emotion. That is the emotion that men show the most. The emotion that women show is, crying and sadness. Men don't show that emotion as much, but they show other emotions. I'm not an emotional person.
And it's like, looks like we're standing on the porch for a minute, right? Because I'm trying to process. I was at this fucker's house 2 days ago, trying to help find these people. Is this real? Is this not real? Is this real? Is this not real? That's the way my brain goes, right?
Yeah.
And oddly as it can be, I get up in the morning. Obviously, there's a lot of
Hi,
emotion
Teek.
that goes on overnight, right?
TK.
Right.
I get up in the morning, I'm driving to work, and the Black and Yellow fucking song comes on. Of all songs that can come on, Black and Yellow, knowing that they're Pittsburgh Steelers fans.
Oh. In 2018? Really? Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Wasn't that song from like the early 2000s? That song came up? Black and yellow, black and yellow. What is it? What's the name of the song? Black and yellow? All right, let's go ahead and look it up. I just want to see when it came out. It's 15 years ago. That's a long time ago. Okay, yeah, so, I mean, I guess it came out, but it's a long time ago.
And that's when I lost it, right? Like I just broke down crying all the way to work. I'm sitting at work, I'm sitting at my desk, and they're like, why the fuck are you here? Because they all knew because of Tuesday, and they saw stuff on the news. They knew I was friends with him. A lot of people are like, oh, he's your neighbor. He wasn't my neighbor, but he lived close by.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting at work, and they're like, why are you here right now? Like, this isn't normal. None of this is okay. And I'm just trying to be normal.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't set in all the way. And so I was at work maybe 10 minutes before I was heading back home.
Yeah.
And they were just like, call me if you need anything. And it just still trying to process it, right?
Where were your emotions at that point?
Oh, just completely
In shock.
in shock. Like, I cannot believe this is happening and that we're a part of this. And so, like, close.
That's nuts. I guess she would have been less shocked if she found out that Shanann unalived herself and the kids. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to think that she would be less shocked if that happened and more shocked that he murdered her. I mean, do they not watch any true crime? Do they not watch the news or read any books, or like where do they live? Jaded, right? That's why I call myself jaded. I wish I was this blissfully ignorant. I do. Sometimes I really do. I wish I was blissfully ignorant, like a lot of people, right? People who think that, oh, the world is just great. Bad things don't happen to people. Yeah, they do. They happen all the time. But again, right? Like, she is shocked? How is that shocking? How's that shocking? We literally have femicides going on all over the world, but she's shocked that a husband murdered a wife? How is that shocking? It's a tale as old as fucking time, and she's shocked. How are you shocked? I'd be shocked if the sun didn't rise tomorrow. I'd be like, where the fuck is the sun? Where is it? Oh my God. Are we in another planet, right? Are we in another constellation? Like, what is going on, right? A whole nother galaxy? I'd be shocked if that happened, but I'm not going to be shocked because it rained during the summer. I mean, it's going to rain. It's summertime in Colorado. It fucking rains, right? Like, I'm not going to be shocked because it's raining. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Close knit a part of it, and yeah, just complete shock. And
Not know what to do at that point.
yeah,
No.
and this whole time, like our brains wouldn't let us go there, that they were not okay, and then to find out that yeah, they're all dead, and
But she would have been less shocked if she found out that they were still all dead, but that it wasn't Chris who did it, that it was her who did it. That would have been less shocking somehow.
he's the one that killed them,
Yeah.
and that they were just at our house, and then he was just at his house and had normal conversation like that. Just trying to like wrap our heads around it. It was
Well, it's a lot to process. These
so
are little
hard.
kids that you're
Yeah.
around and taking
Yeah.
care of and giving popsicles to. I
Yeah.
mean, just literally not long before.
Yeah, Gary, they live in a pineapple under the sea. That's probably what's going on. They held their breath for too long, then came up for air, and they're like, what year are we in? Right? They have no clue what's going on. They probably ate too much pineapple.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable. When did it set in for you, though, that it was real and that, at some point I want to go back to that picture. That when you saw the kind of that evilness or something in that picture, when was that? Was that after you had heard?
It was, for me, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah,
talking
either
about-
one.
For me, it was months later, right? Because I'm still on board of, okay, now I need to know how this happened.
Oh, okay. So he's kind of still team Chris because he wants to understand. Same with everyone else, right? All of us. We want to understand, how did this happen? Why did this otherwise, wimpy looking guy, how did he just annihilate his family and wake up one morning and say, I don't want my family anymore, right? So he's kind of in the same mindset where he wants to figure out, how the hell did this happen? Right? But again, it's because they're still team Chris. They still believe that there's no way that this man did it, and they want to understand, but why? Why? How did he do it? I mean, he found another woman. I mean, it's not that hard to believe, right? He found another woman. He doesn't want his family anymore. He killed them to be with her. It's that simple. It's not rocket science, guys. Like, it's nothing that is unheard of. This has happened since humans existed, right? Or at least, who knows? I mean, when we were hunter gatherers, did this happen? That's a question that I ask myself, right? Was this happening then, or when did this start happening? But regardless, we know that this has been happening for a very long time now. So again, why is it so hard to believe?
Like how? And then the story comes out of, well, I went into the room and she was strangling the kids or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so I'm still a little bit on board. I'm still a little bit on board. I'm still a little bit on board. I was.
Oh my God. Oh, what the fuck is going on? I don't think the same way as I did in the beginning of this live stream, guys. I really don't. He's not all that smart. Again, he led me one way, and then throughout the rest of the interview, it just meow, right? It just went like this, and then phew. Oof, a little on board. Exactly, Scott. What the hell? Okay, explain it to me, Chris. So, how did you murder your family? What did she do to deserve it? Is basically what he's asking, right? That's basically what the guy is asking in a different way. All right, so explain to me. Oh, okay. I'm on board. Okay, so you saw her murdering the kids. Okay, that's believable. And then what? Oh, okay. Right, right, right. And then you murdered her because you were upset that she was murdering your children. That's believable. Wait, did you forget that she had a baby in her belly? The baby that you wanted? I don't know. I'm still on board though. That kind of makes sense. What? What? Oh my God. No way, no name. Really? I have a friend whose stepmom killed his mother. My friend's wife in Castle Rock. What? No way. Holy shit, man. Yeah, the guy, oh man, he dropped the ball. I read something earlier. As who said it? But somebody said that, growing up in a rocky household as a child gives us wisdom. Hey, apparently it does, right? You're skeptical of other people. You don't really believe that the world is a nice place when you grow up like that. So, but shit. Is that what happened here? Are they just very sheltered people? They just don't believe that bad things happen, and if they do, it's because the mom did it? What the Oh my God. Okay. Again, let's watch this again. Holy shit. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you so much for your drink of choice and the T words for the babies. You need it rocks. Aw, thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's celebrate. And, guys, I've missed a lot of the super chats today, but uh, this is something else. I've never seen anything like this. All the videos that we watched, I think I've, it has taken me on an emotional roller coaster. All right, if I'm being completely honest. I've gotten angry, we've laughed, We've nearly cried, and I'm still here, right? I'm squeezing, right? I'm squeezing this thing. Look, it doesn't even have eyes anymore. You see it? It doesn't have eyes. It used to look like this. That's what it used to look like, and now it looks like this because I've just been squeezing the hell out of it during this entire interview. Oh, shit.
Out of, well, I went into the room and she was strangling the kids or whatever, and I'm like, okay, so I'm still a little bit on board. I'm still a little bit on board. I'm still a little bit on board. You know, I was strung along with the hope of the reality wasn't what the reality was.
Right.
If that makes sense. Like, okay, that makes more sense to me. Right? It doesn't make sense.
Oh my God. Where's my Dr. Pepper? Where's my Dr. Pepper? Holy shit. What? That makes more sense to him? The reality to him is worse if it was Chris. That is so great. Oh my God. How is that even? How is that more real? How is that easier to swallow than, oh, I was the man, right? The man with the mistress who wanted a fresh new life. That is somehow less believable than Shanann just becoming crazy all of a sudden. She just snapped, murdered her children. The human beings that she loved more than anything in the world, she just snapped and murdered them. Why? Because she's crazy. That is more believable. Are these people nuts? Have they had too much to drink? Like what the fuck is going on right now? These guys are all drinking the Kool-Aid, Jerry, 100%. Yeah, what's in that drink? I want to know now. What the hell is in that drink?
But it makes a little bit more sense. Because if she's that OCD and if she's that type A crazy personality, maybe you said that you wanted a divorce and she says you're not taking the kids. And this is all from news stories back in history of how this thing shakes out.
Right.
Right? That's all that's going through my head, that there's no way that this calm, collected, no personality kid decides, I can't wait till they get home tonight
Right.
and this is what's going to happen. Like, it doesn't work that way. Like, my brain doesn't allow that.
Right.
You need to
Yeah,
get your
I still
fucking brain
don't
checked,
believe-
guy. Obviously, the dude needs to get his brain checked. He needs a reality check. I'm envious at how ignorant these people are. Right? I'm just holy hell, I wish I was this blissfully dumb too, right? I wish I could just think the same way he thinks. Oh, well, she's type A. She's OCD. Yeah, it's definitely more believable to think that the type A OCD person is crazy enough to murder her children. Not the quiet guy though. Oh, he's quiet. He doesn't even speak a peep. Like, this is how he talks. Hey Chris, how are you? I'm okay. Mhm. How are you? I would never hurt a fly. I have to take a lot of deep breaths.
Believe that that happens.
Well, have you guys watched the movies?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
documentary?
And somebody tears it apart.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. Tell me when you watched it, because I've watched them both. Was there any part of that movie that you were just like, yeah, it either is kind of dead on, or was there holes in it, or how did you feel about that?
Well, the movie with the actors, it was both. There were parts that were true, not true, semi-true. Like, I mean,
Because they were saying there was a lot of stuff that they had to fill in,
Right.
and I'm sure the fill in part wasn't quite as accurate as what it could be.
Right.
But did the storyline seem to fit what you knew?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, overall.
And as you were watching it, were you getting kind of the picture of what you then later find out actually happened? Was it nauseating to you? Was it just like, where were you at emotionally when you saw that?
Just kind of like numb. Like, it was just kind of weird. Because I watched, like, when all the documentation came out and all the body cam footage and all the police reports and, you know, all the digging that they did for this trial that never happened.
Yeah.
So I watched all of it because for my brain, to try and even like piece this together and make it make sense, which obviously it still doesn't, but I'm an information person. So I'm like, I have all this information at my fingertips. I want to know, like, how did this happen? Like, obviously we weren't aware of their issues, and did those issues lead up to this? And those marital issues, financial, you know, it's like all this stuff comes out to, and
And
there's
obviously
a lot
hidden
of
because you guys
information.
have a relationship with these people.
Yeah. So and then
Obviously.
and then find out that he's having an affair, and so just like all this information, you know, comes forward that, okay, now it makes a little bit more sense because there was all this stuff behind the scenes going on that we didn't know about. So it wasn't just like, oh, they were super happy up until that night and then something happened.
Right.
It was obviously like there was a lot of things that played into this.
That they hid well. They hid well from you guys.
Yeah, we had no idea.
Especially when you hang out a lot. I mean, they hid it well, which is hard for a lot of people to do. So I want to talk about one thing, though.
Yeah, so you know, it makes sense why the smear campaign against Shanann worked because I think it's a cultural issue. It really is. I think it's the way that we're conditioned, right? It goes back to the way that we're conditioned as human beings in our society. Um, a lot of this is not even it really doesn't even have to do with Shanann. It's because she was a woman and because of how she was. Type A, OCD, ambitious, right? And so there's just a negative just I don't know, like the way that society views women who are like that, it's just stigmatized almost, right? It seems like I don't know, like that's an excuse for everything. That is the only way really to put the blame on the victim is if she was the one who was type A and insane. And if he's quiet and demure and shy, then he's not capable of it, right? So then in order to believe that women are going to get murdered by their husbands, the husband has to be outwardly, violent. He's got to be really loud. He has to show anger constantly. There has to be some type of visible abuse going on in the household for people to believe, oh no, he definitely did it because he's violent, he's loud, he's all of these things, and she's quiet, right? It's just this idea that the quiet person can be the perpetrator, and it's the loud one who would be. What is this? What kind of mentality is this? It's such a harmful way to think, right? This is not good. This is why we are here. This is why we have so much victim blaming, right? This is why when women, especially, right? Because hey, we're talking about women and children here, right? But when women, especially, when something happens to them and they are assaulted out in the streets, the first question people want to ask is, "What were you wearing? What time were you out? Why were you out there by yourself, though? You should have known that if you're out there at 8 p.m. at night, that something bad might happen to you. So why did you put yourself in that situation? And also, what were you wearing? Were you wearing something revealing? Why do we care? Who gives a shit what she was wearing? Why does she get attacked? That is what we should be asking. What the fuck is wrong with the guy that attacked her? What is wrong with him? Why was he hiding behind the bush? Why was he waiting there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for a victim to come to cross by? No. The first question is always, what was she wearing? What the fuck, man?
Though, and hopefully you guys have seen it. Did you see his actual confession?
Oh, I'm seeing things. Is something going on with YouTube? Oh, thank you so much, Ratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. NK needs to be in prison for good. Oh, yes. Absolutely. 100%. Let's go ahead and celebrate. Celebrate. Is something going on with YouTube, you guys? I see your guys' chats. There's somebody else. Who else was asking? Was somebody else asking? I'm looking. I see your guys' chats. They're not going anywhere. Nancy, I see you. Who else? Sherry, I see you. Yeah, I see your chat. Can you check Sherry's keeps saying messages are being deleted? No, they're not. They're here. They're popping up on my end. Are they disappearing for you guys? I'm here for my girls. I wouldn't be taking Chris's side. No way. Yeah, exactly. Keep deleting comments and I can't pull up my super chat. What? Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Are you guys still do you guys still have access to the emojis? That's another one that was happening, right? But I can see you. I can see you guys. You guys are right. Gary, I see you. Jake Overload, I see. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's continue. We're almost done here.
When he brought in his dad, and then they end up confessing.
Well, and that was one of the texts he texted me, was he was waiting for his dad to come in.
Okay, so I want to talk about that because we've got to bring it in. You had text messages with him.
Yeah.
Of course, I've actually seen those. Was that the last text that you got?
The last text I got was, my dad's flying in. And then I texted him back. I said, hey, is your dad here? Nothing. Hey, how's things going? Nothing.
So you hear that confession, you're watching on TV that he just confessed. He fails the polygraph test. You hear this confession. Obviously, that drives it home at that point. Now you know.
Well, and you see the videos with him at his neighbor's house with his neighbor's doorbell cam, right?
Yes.
Watching his truck, and he's standing there, his hands are on the wall. Now I look at it like, man, am I glad I didn't know when I sat on his kitchen table the night after.
Well, that's kind of where I want to
Like-
go with this segment is, where all this information comes out, you see the doorbell cam. You see the other camera where, the truck is backing up. You see another car goes by. And I'm going to kind of finish this up here in just a minute again. And I'm going to ask you guys your honest opinion on this because there's a lot of speculation that there may have been accomplished. But when you saw all of that stuff, at any point in that time were you like, yeah, this was completely premeditated? He didn't decide this that night after he left our party. This was decided weeks before. Did you have that sensation?
No.
Let's see what he says.
Tell me that. What'd you have?
Not at all, because everything was just way too normal. Like, I feel like if there was something coming up, he wouldn't have showed up to our party. If there was something would have been out of the normal, but he kept everything way too normal, which to me now is like, how do you know you're going to do that and keep everything that normal? And I guess that's a good thing, because that means I could never do such a
Right.
thing.
Right.
I guess if you can't wrap your head around the why the kids, the why, like I could understand a little bit of, you could heat of passion, a fight with someone, whether it's your wife, whether it's a person at a bar, whether it's a friend, whether it's something,
Another adult.
another adult. Things happen a little bit easier than the whole wife, pregnant wife.
Okay, so I get what he's trying to say. He's like, I think it would be easier to just murder your wife if you're angry and it's a heat of the moment. But how did he murder his kids, right? It's, again, same kind of mindset. What is going on? What is going on with us, right? That this is the way that we think. Oh, maybe she did something though. Maybe she did something to deserve it. I understand that he would snap and and he even looks at his wife, right? He's like, if you're kind of arguing with another adult, right, with your wife, for example, it might be easier to just strangle her. But how do you strangle your children? I mean, it's not easier. And if that's how you think, then maybe you need some therapy. It shouldn't be easy to just get angry at somebody and go straight for the jugular. That is not a normal reaction, right? Again, that's anger, and that is a type of emotion. So get your emotions under control, guy, right? So come on, get your shit together. What the hell? They're trying to make sense of things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I get it, right? I get it. But holy shit, the way that they make sense of things is, again, blaming the victim. It's easier to believe that she killed the kids because she's just a crazy woman with OCD. But the quiet guy, the guy that mows the lawn, I don't know, he didn't do anything. It's so hard to believe because he mows the lawn.
To be, right? Like, kid, pregnant wife. How do you. The best part is if you can't wrap your head around the whys, good for you, because you're not that guy.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Couple questions. Have you talked to him at all since his arrest?
No.
If you had the chance, would you?
Yeah.
What would you ask him?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a
I mean, that's the
nutshell,
obvious one.
Yeah.
she probably wouldn't be allowed in the room.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's the only one with some sense. Maybe not really, right? She's the one. She's the one that pissed me off the most, if anything. She upset me the most. Okay, because again, she said she is more likely to believe that Shanann did something to her girls, and then she would do something to herself than for the potato head to do it. So that was just such a wild thing to say. But in this case, right? She's like, "What the fuck, Chris? What did you do? Why'd you do that?" Right now, he's saying, "Oh, she wouldn't be allowed in the room." Well, yeah, what about him though? Is he gonna be chill? Is he gonna be like, "Hey, Chris, so explain it to me again. What happened?" "Oh, okay, I'm on board a little bit." Huh?
I
Yeah.
mean, seriously, like,
But
download your brain, because the problem is that,
download your brain.
the FBI has gone back to interview him, and he's had another story. And then some lady wrote him letters and wrote a book, and then
Yes.
he had another story. But there weren't like enough questions to still answer. Like, there's still a lot of holes in it, even when and he keeps telling different stories, and every time he tells the story, it gets worse. So it's like, what really is the truth has to be in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, what is the truth, and what is your, like, what was your thought process leading up to this? And now, like, I don't know, they're like, the FBI interviewed him again, but they didn't ask the questions that I would have asked.
Right.
Like, it wasn't.
Would it be important for you to know? Do you feel like you would like to know, just for your own closure and peace of mind?
Yes, just to know, because
And I'm going to follow this up with another question. So we obviously know he had a mistress. We obviously know that he was having this affair. But you knew him before the affair, most likely, during the affair, obviously.
yeah.
He never changed at all. Did he seem happier being this happy-go-lucky guy? He's got this girl on the side. Anything like
No.
that? So
100%.
nothing ever changed with the guy.
Like,
Even-
he has a poker face. Whatever's going on in his head,
You never would have known.
he doesn't show it.
Do you think this guy was a cold-blooded murderer?
And that's because he doesn't have anything in his head. Duh. Right? What is he going to show? He has nothing but air and just two little brain cells constantly trying to hit each other, right? They always miss. They go ding, 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 but they never actually collide. Oh my God. Yeah, that's why there's nothing in his brain. What are you supposed to see? Nothing. There's nothing in there. Nothing but air. Just straight air. It's not even helium, right? It's like somebody blowing it, right? It's like someone blowing a balloon, right? There's like spit in there and shit. So that's probably what it looks like inside his skull. There's just spit and hot air from breath, right? from Nicole Kessinger's breath, trying to blow air into his brain every single time he fell asleep. Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gary, I don't see how anybody could cheat on their wife and their spouse, much less kill someone. I mean, my God. Yeah, that's why we're all here. We're like wondering, how the hell can anybody do this? He was gonna ask him, so that's why you wouldn't go to the game with me. Right, Jerry. Yeah. I know. I wonder if that's what he wanted to ask him. Hey guy, why didn't you go to the game with me? So this is why, huh? For the mistress. Right. I do wonder if that was his first question. So this is why you bailed on me, bro. Right? You should see the game, man. Oh my god, it was epic, bro. Damn, you missed it. Oh, you want me to tell you how it went? Yeah, bro, it was chill. Or whatever, whatever the fuck they want to talk about. It's probably how they talk though. Anyway, let's continue.
Or do you think that there were other circumstances that pushed him to do this?
That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, in
From
the
what
beginning,
you knew about this guy, and you just don't think there's any possible way he could do it, do you think, just your opinion, that there was an outside influence that helped him make this decision? Would you speculate that?
no. If anything, the kid was maybe introduced into a lifestyle that he didn't have.
I'm gonna rewind it. Bye, Britt. Oh, we're almost done. We're almost done. Holy shit. Okay. Let's rewind it. I'm gonna let it play. I'm not gonna stop it, but he's about to say something that is gonna piss me off. I already feel it, right? I feel it because I'm getting goosebumps. This is how I know he's about to piss me off because I'm getting goosebumps, right? I'm feeling it in my body. I'm getting like, yeah, right. I definitely need my Dr. Pepper right now. He's gonna say something, but he's being asked, did you know that he was a cold-blooded killer?
Oh, like, in
From
the
what you
beginning,
knew about this guy, and you just don't think there's any possible way he could do it, do you think, just your opinion, that there was an outside influence that helped him make this decision?
Yeah, that outside influence is Nicole Kessinger. Let's see what he says, though.
Would you speculate that?
no. If anything, the kid was maybe introduced into a lifestyle that he didn't have by being with this other girl, where he got to go to the Shelby Museum, being a Ford guy, got to go camping, got to go to Moab, got to do all these different
Moab.
things, right? And maybe, right? And maybe that's just me trying to circle it together to where there's a realistic reason for anything.
God! Oh, shit! He's so close, right? It's like he's there. He just needs a little push, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure, it's the introduction. Who introduced him to these things, though? Bro, right? Let's go ahead and just look at the calendar real quick. He's got the right idea, right? He's saying, no, it's just that he liked Ford, being a Ford guy. He'd never been camping, wanting to camp. He went to Moab, right? Even though he didn't go to Moab, he went to the sand dunes. So he's saying maybe he just, I don't know. I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt. That's what he's saying, basically. The thing is, he's still giving Chris the benefit of the doubt, right? He's still team Chris in a way by saying there's no way that he is evil enough to murder his family just so that he can have Twister time with his mistress. That's basically what he's saying. Do you guys agree with me or not? You guys let me know. But to me, it sounds like he's still not putting any blame on Chris. He doesn't want to make Chris sound like a scummy, perverted, just psychopath, right? And what I mean by perverted, I mean, perverted in the way that, obviously, look, I mean, God, look at what he's doing the whole fucking time, right? So he's still giving him the benefit of the doubt by saying, "I don't think he's that evil to murder his family so that he can have time with his side piece. I don't think he's that evil. It's probably just because he wanted to play in the sand dunes. That's it." I think, I think it's just that he really enjoyed going down that hill at 1 mile an hour. I think that's what did it. It was definitely the empanadas. I've never had empanadas before. Who knows? If I put a little green chili on it, who knows? Maybe I might my wife, you never know. What the hell? So the activities that Chris was doing, that's what led him to murder his family, but not the mistress that is taking him to these activities. I mean, come on. This is some severe form of mental gymnastics, right? It's like, yeah, he's kind of blaming the mistress, but not really. It's actually the events and not being with the mistress that made him kill his family. Are we serious right now? What? No, he killed his family so that he can be with his mistress. That is why he did it. So that he can continue to do this shit, right? So that he can continue to suck faces with this woman that he just met. That's why. It's not that hard to believe. Look at him. He's sucking this woman's face. That is more enjoyable to him than the hot ass sand dunes on July 28th. I don't even think anybody would have fun at the sand dunes in July, right? He's not going to murder his family so that he can go to the sand dunes in July. No, it's so that he can suck on her face constantly. That's why. Again, but why is it so hard to believe that he's this evil? Again, why is it so hard to believe that he's selfish, that he's a narcissist, that he's a psychopath who just wanted to have a new life with this woman that he just met? What is so hard to believe about that? Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I did not think that I was going to get this heated during this video. I did not think this way, but I'm always surprised when I do these live streams. Always surprised. Oh, it's the lifestyle, not the mistress. Yeah, trail. Yeah, right. But again, the lifestyle, I know. It's just, yeah, but the lifestyle was introduced by the mistress. He wouldn't have that lifestyle if it wasn't the mistress who was showing him this, right? I was about to say, you're referring to the people in the video are like Cindy Watts. I'm so sorry for misunderstanding. Yep, we actually don't know if they took a trip to Moab. They could have, but they've never been released. I would love to see all the pictures. Yeah. Although, when we look at the calendar, when would they have actually taken the trip to Moab, though? When we look at the calendar, a trip from Colorado to Moab would be a much longer trip than a trip from Frederick to the sand dunes. So that's why I don't believe that they went to Moab, because Moab is really far. Okay, and this is just to show you guys. Okay, so from Frederick to Moab, that would have been a really long trip. It would have been at least 3 to 4 days. Okay, let's go ahead. I just want to pull it up real quick. Um, Again, yeah, we have the calendar. So we have, no, not Frederick, Maryland. What? Okay, there we go. So if we're gonna get in, here, let's get driving directions from Frederick to Moab National Park. I mean, it's far. Yeah, it's a 6-hour drive. It's a 6-hour drive. Um, Yeah, I've been wanting to visit Moab, but I haven't because it's far. All right. So, yeah, check this out. I mean, it's a 6-hour drive all the way from Frederick or even Denver, to go all the way to Moab. And that is just a day. I mean, that is a day trip, right? It takes a whole day just to get through the mountains, right? Where I don't even want to think about it. It's so scary. Um, yeah, where the deer was, right? So if you're driving up through the mountains, the speed limit up in the mountains is, between 45 and 50. And so you're driving pretty slow. And then it takes you around 6 hours, maybe 7 if you're stopping by, you're getting gas, you're stopping to eat. So this whole trip, um, would take me at least 8 hours. And then you have 8 hours to go back. So that's a 16-hour day, right? That's a 16-hour day just to go out. It would take one whole day just to make the trip out to Moab. So when we look at the calendar, there really isn't any time here where they would take the week off to go to Moab. So it just doesn't fit. A Moab trip doesn't fit with the time that they had. Yeah, it's because he's wording it. He's saying Moab when he should be saying sand dunes. He keeps saying Moab though.
But I don't know if her showing him this lifestyle is enough to make him do this, because in my mind, you're a pussy, then just get a fucking divorce.
Right.
Right? Don't kill your fucking kids. Don't kill your fucking wife. Just man the fuck up and get a divorce.
You know,
Right.
I want to run a couple things by you guys again. Chime in however you feel, but there is a few different people that speculate that there was an accomplice, and they're pretty hardcore on it.
Yeah, no worries, guys. No worries. Yeah. Um Oh, oh, are we confused about the guy's name right now? Is that what's going on? The driving distance from Frederick to Colorado, Utah's approximately, yeah. The journey typically takes about 6.5, 6 hours by car, depending on traffic and road conditions. Yeah, not enough Anadarko bucks to make that trip. I absolutely agree, Sherry. He definitely did not have that many gift cards to go to to drive to Moab. Yeah, Jeremy. There we go. Yeah, Jeremy in the video. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, right? Sometimes I tend not to pay all that much attention as I should to the chat, right? I mean, I have moderators and my moderators are amazing. So I just want to make sure that everything's okay. Yeah, no worries. Of course, yeah. Hey, no worries. Hey, we all make mistakes. I've said some, crazy shit before. I said, is it not Troy McCoy? I used to call him something else. And then people started asking, and they're like, wait, who are you talking about? And I'm like, oh, let me just say his real name, right? It's Troy McCoy. I can't remember what I used to call him, Joey or something. I think I even called Cindy Watts Nancy once in a video, and then I never corrected it. So no worries, no worries.
There's a lot of video evidence that people have broke down to show that there was potentially two people there at the time. My question again to you guys, I think I already know the answer, but to you guys knowing him and knowing her, knowing the children, do you think he would have had to have had an accomplice, or do you think he was able just to do it by himself?
If he was doing it, it was going to be by himself. He doesn't know anyone. He didn't go places. He didn't hang out with anybody.
Yeah, except Nicole. Except Nicole. He didn't know anybody except for Nicole. He didn't go places except with Nicole. Nicole. Let's bring up Nicole again. Oh my God. Why is everyone missing this part? Why do people forget that Nicole Kessinger exists? He went places. He went many places with Nicole. Look at that. Look at all the places he went. And there's more. Way more.
That he didn't work with, right? Like, the only person he knew at where I worked with him was me because of Shanann, right? I've never met any of his oil field buddies at any party we've ever had with them.
What about Nicole? Ah. He's going down the list of coworkers for accomplices. Guys, that's what he's doing. He's like, I can't think of any coworker who would want to be his accomplice. Yeah, what about Nicole? Nicole is the only coworker that he hung out with. He bailed. on him, right? I mean, come on. He even bailed on Jeremy and the football game so that he can go be with Nicole at the Lazy Dog, and he's forgetting all about Nicole. This is so crazy. What about his mistress?
Right? He was very cockroachish, for lack of better words, on that. If they went anywhere, it was her friends, it was her people, it was her friends that came over, it was her Thrive people that came over, it was her world that he was living in,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Did you talk to any of her friends? Have any of them contacted you?
no,
No.
not at all.
Would you like to? Would you want to talk to them?
Sure, if they have questions or if they have things, like, I've tried to reach out to a couple of them with, hey, I have pictures of the family together and the kids and this and that. Nobody's ever contacted me back.
What about her parents? Have you reached out to them and said you had pictures of them and anything? Did
One
you?
time, and I didn't get anything back, so I didn't push the issue.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's good. I know I did read some stuff as I was doing preparing for the podcast, and it does seem as if her parents want this just to go away and be done, and I totally get that.
Well, and that's the other reason why we waited so long to even talk to anybody, right? Like,
Yeah,
we're not trying to intrude on anything, but oddly enough, we were as close to those people in the last few days as anyone could be,
yeah,
right? We saw them last, right?
Yeah.
I went to his house the day they were missing. They were at my house the day before they were missing, right? That makes us the missing link in the world of movies they want to make,
yeah,
stories they want to come up with, right? And it doesn't mean much, but it means in a 24-hour period of time, they were at our house, I was at his house, right?
All right. Again, at Truth Talks, we want to thank you guys for telling your story, your honesty, just everything that, it's not easy to come on these shows and tell these stories, especially the traumatic events that you guys went through. You guys are kind of those people that people forget about, right? It was extremely traumatic for you. You knew them. You knew the girls. You knew Shanann. And even for Chris, I mean, for lack of an emotional thing, he's still a person, regardless of the heinous crime he did. He's still a person that you guys knew. So that's also kind of like a loss or a death, I would say, as well. But again, thank you so much for coming on our show, telling the true story as you know it. And I just tell you, we want to appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks for having
Thank you.
us.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming on the show. Thank you. I mean, hey, that was painful. 4 hours, okay? 4 hours we've been doing this live stream, but I was not going to stop it and cut it and do it tomorrow because I was invested. I was invested. My emotions were all over the place. I was getting goosebumps. Other times I was heated. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I wanted to laugh. I mean, holy shit. This video took me on a wild fucking roller coaster ride. What about you guys? Holy moly. I want to give us, at least 5 minutes to just cool down, right? I think that this live stream was atrocious, to say the least. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, as I said, as I do with everyone. Like I said, I even did it with Cindy Twats, Ronnie Twats, and Nicole Kessinger. I gave all of them 3 the benefit of the doubt. Jamie, I didn't even know about her. I didn't even care for her. I gave them all the benefit of the doubt, and this is just me thinking that this man was just evil, right? Of course, I never, ever blamed anything on Shanann. I mean, holy shit. I mean, come on, right? I never thought that she did anything to get murdered. I mean, fucking stupid way to think. But I always imagined that the guy was he was very Scott Peterson like, right? That is what I believed when I first saw this case. I thought, okay, this guy lied to his mistress and he killed his family because he wants a new side piece, right? That's what I believed. And I thought Nicole Kessinger was bamboozled, and I thought that everyone else was bamboozled the same way by this psychopath. But over time, I changed my mind, right? And I changed my mind based on the evidence, right? Real evidence, the discovery, the videos, the footage, all of it. Over time, it gives you a better picture, right? But The same I did with them. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, and then holy shit, 2 hours later, they're disappointing me. 3 hours later, I'm completely pissed, and towards the end of it, I would probably be drunk if I could drink right now. So, it was a fucking roller coaster of a ride listening to them. So, I just wanna give us 5 minutes to just breathe, okay? I just wanna relax a little bit, squeeze whatever you need to squeeze, chug whatever you need to chug, because this was difficult, okay? It was really painful for me to watch. Okay, let's go ahead and look at the poll. What do we think, or yeah, who do we think was on Shanann's Facebook? 45%, so we think it was Nicole Kessinger still, right? Okay, so we still think it was Nicole Kessinger. Really? Even though, here, let's go ahead and just pull up the calendar real quick. Really, we still think it's Nicole Kessinger, even though when we look at the calendar, even though the message came in later, or right, even though the activity happened later on in the day, we still think it was Nicole Kessinger. Or do we think that Nicole Kessinger took the iPad with her? Was she gonna risk it all, right? Risk it for the biscuit? Aw, Scott. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, no, do we have beef with Gary? No, what did Gary do?" No, yeah, I knew it wasn't Gary. Gary's chill. Yeah. Gary just wants to bring lettuce to the chat, y'all, and he just wants to, he just wants to puff puff pass, right? I'm like, "No, Gary's the chillest. What are we talking about here?" Yeah, no worries. No, yeah, it's Jeremy, right? Jeremy is the guy we're talking about. But yeah, guys, yeah. So do we think that NK still had the iPad even though it happened later in the day? Hey, who knows, right? It's still possible, maybe. I don't think so. At this point, just because it's in the calendar and we see when it happened, I think it was Chris. I just don't see Nicole taking the iPad and trying to do things from her home, right? I don't know. I don't see it though. All right, let's go ahead and end this poll because I always forget. I sometimes end the chat or the live stream without ending the poll. Yeah, guys, let's go ahead and breathe, right? Let's go ahead and breathe, whatever you guys need to do. Puff, puff. Don't pass it if you don't need to, or if you don't want to, or if you're alone. More for you. And yeah, take some shots if you need to, because man, what do we think? Sasquatch got my vote. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was Sasquatch. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think it was NK either, Julie. I don't. Yeah, right. We need some ASMR. All right. All right, guys. I'll leave you guys to some ASMR then, right? I'll leave you guys to some ASMR. And yeah, thank you guys so much for joining today's live stream. Before we go, let's go ahead and check. I just want to make sure because this one, like I said, it was crazy. And so yeah, look at how much we missed. Yeah, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Tiger, thank you so much. I saw it and please don't think I was ignoring you. I wasn't. I was in it, right? I was in the moment. I was in the zone. Eileen, thank you so much. Aw, thank you so much for your support, you guys. You guys are so amazing. Tammy, thank you. I will, yeah, I'll definitely get my drink of choice after this. And then some tea words for the babies. Absolutely. They've been, Gia's waiting patiently. Gratitude, thank you so much. Gratitude, I appreciate you guys. Sherry, thank you. Here, we're going to go to our other ones. Oh my goodness. Aw, Josie, thank you so much. Jennifer, Sherry, Gratitude, Sherry again, Carolette, Sherry, Scott. Oh, Scott, he is no person. Scott, thank you so much for joining our live stream. Guys, thank you guys so, so much. Again, I appreciate you guys. I love hanging out with you all. I love doing these live streams. And thank you all so much for supporting. I had completely forgot last time. We have hit a year. The channel is officially a year old. So thank you guys so much. Truly from the bottom of my heart, you guys are so amazing. Thank you. This channel has grown so much and it's because of you guys, your support, you watching, you liking, subscribing, commenting, being here with me, spending time with me, you know, shooting the shit, exchanging ideas, brainstorming. All of this has made the channel what it is today. So thank you guys so much. I could not have done it without you. And yeah, more news. So we have been discussing doing more live streams where we're, maybe not talking about true crime or maybe we bring up other topics. So if you guys are interested, if you go to my page, there is a second channel now. To be completely honest with you guys, I created this channel back in February because I was thinking about already doing this, but I just, I never launched it because I was, I'm just like so busy, right? I'm busy with the main Rabbit Hole Rocks channel. But yeah, I mean, if you guys really want those other live streams, and you guys want to discuss other things, then go ahead and follow that channel. It's called Rabbit Hole Rocks Live. And I'm thinking, right? I'm looking at my schedule. I'm thinking about doing two live streams a week on that channel. And it's going to be literally just shooting the shit. So, whatever topic we want to pick, if there's something going on in the day, if we want to talk about fucking, UFOs, or if we want to talk about the missing scientists and shit, there's like so much crazy stuff going on that we can talk about that wouldn't fit on this channel. We can bring it to that channel. So, if you guys want to follow that channel, please go ahead. Yeah, we'll be doing some live streams on that channel and it's really all for that. So the whole channel is going to be just live streams, so no videos. So if you guys want to hang out, if you guys want to bring up other topics and help me grow that channel, yeah, you're more than welcome. Please go ahead and check it out. There's nothing on it yet. Literally, there's nothing on it. Just my photo and then this channel, but there will be things on there soon. So yeah, go ahead and follow that channel if you guys are interested. And then of course, as you guys know, I'm making a documentary. So if you guys are interested in being a part of it, we also just launched a Discord. So really, really exciting stuff, guys. We are working on a Discord, we're working on the documentary and exchanging thoughts, ideas, and brainstorming through Discord, right? So we get to collaborate there and it's been really fun with Boops. Thank you, Boops. It's been great. It was fun, right? It was fun. It was fun to join Discord and be able to collaborate that way. It just makes things a lot easier. So yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, channel name Rabbit Hole Rocks Live. Yeah, that's literally it. It's just Rabbit Hole Rocks Live. Here, let's go see. I'm just gonna pull it up real quick. Yeah, guys, it's been a year. Isn't that crazy? That's fucking crazy, ain't it? It's crazy how just time flies. It's nuts. All right. It's right here, guys. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so yeah. So just doing a few changes on the channel page, but if you scroll down, here it is. Oh my god, I have 8 subscribers already. Nice. Thank you guys. Wow. Look at that. I uploaded it yesterday, guys. I just uploaded it yesterday. Now I have 8 subscribers. Awesome. Yeah. So on this channel, and I'll let you guys know, right? I'll let you guys know on this main channel when we're doing live streams there. But right now, I'm thinking Tuesdays and Thursdays at 4 p.m. Right at 4 p.m. We'll be doing live streams on that channel. So if you want to join, you'll see it on the main, and then if you subscribe to that channel, you'll see it on that channel as well. And it's gonna be a hangout sesh. So whatever you guys want to make it, we can still talk to true crime, but this will be the main channel for true crime. Anything true crime related, cases, any stuff like that is gonna be this one, and then the second channel is just everything else, right? Anything that wouldn't fit into this channel. So yeah, guys, go ahead and check it out. I'm excited. I'm excited. I really am. I'm excited to spend more time with you all. And, at the same time, working on this documentary. But hey, I have time. I love talking about this with you all, and I love hanging out with you. So yeah, again, if you guys want to hang out with me, go ahead and follow that channel. Oh, Nancy. Yay. Thank you. Already subbed. Hell yeah. Awesome. Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited. And super excited too about the documentary. We have so many, so many details that we have uncovered. We have new scouting this weekend. And so, yeah, there's a lot that will be coming your way, guys. And again, I love it. So thank you guys so much. Again, thank you so much for joining this live stream. Thank you to my moderators, my members, and my subscribers. Love you all. Take care. And I'll see you tomorrow, right? I'll see you tomorrow, Friday. All right. Bye, guys. Love you guys. Oh, thank you. Love you too. Look at you branching out, getting too big. Yeah, Jerry. I have way too many interests, I think, right? I mean, if you go to the channel and you go to the top and you see you see what I wrote there. The channel was really created because I have way too many thoughts in my head. I can talk all day about certain topics and I can talk to all of you forever. And so that's why the channel exists because I have way too many things to talk about. I can't quiet my brain. I think it's the ADHD that doesn't let me, it just doesn't leave me alone, right? Oh man. All right, guys. Well, anyway, thank you guys so much. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, guys. Oh, yeah, that's right. Here, let me leave you with some ASMR, though. I promised I would leave you guys with some ASMR, so that's what I'll do. All right, guys. See you guys later.